Morning. We'll call this meeting to order. Commissioner O'Gara, would you lead us in the pledge this morning?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kramer. Commissioner O'Rourke.
Present.
Commissioner Rexroth.
Present.
Chairman Wessel.
Here.
Commissioner Ross.
Present.
Commissioner Alguier.
Here, working on being present.
Okay. Commissioner Lautner.
Present.
All present.
Thank you.
Presentation.
Well, we have a proposed agenda in front of us. Anybody have any late additions or deletions or a motion to approve?
I would move to approve the agenda as presented.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have an agenda. And thank you very much. We now will start with the administrator update.
Good morning, everyone.
And the administrator's new look this morning.
Bringing sassy back.
Thank you. Wanted to just kind of give you a quick update on a couple items. I think the board is familiar with most of these items. We've been communicating back and forth, but just to let everyone know, in regards to the lower level, the health department, we are nearing completion. We'll have our final construction meeting tomorrow for the project. And the furniture is scheduled to move in the last week of the month, as well as the staff from the environmental health department will be moving in the end of this month. So we'll have some onboarding with the staff to get them their badges and different things that they'll need to know about the building. And then I believe after talking with Eric Johnson from the environmental health department, they are planning an April 9th open house, which will coincide with the next executive session for the board. So that should make it easy for everyone to attend. It'll probably be the afternoon following the board executive session. In regards to Beta, I think the board realizes we have on our agenda today a closed session to discuss the litigation with Beta, and the attorney Tim Figuera from Micah and Myers will be here between noon and 2, trying to keep the costs down. So that will be the time frame that we look to try and hold our closed session for that. A reminder in regards to the study session tomorrow, there's been some discussion back and forth what that meeting actually is. It will indeed be considered a study session. It will be open to the public. This is for the Northwest Regional Airport Authority. It is to discuss the Airport Zoning Act, which is being mandated by the Michigan Aeronautics Commission, which is acronym is MAC, to ensure the safety and protection of people and property around the airport, as well as the safety of individuals flying. So that is the rationale for this meeting going forward. So hopefully everyone can attend. There will be no formal action taken at this meeting, but it is an opportunity for the board to hear more about the necessity for this zoning act.
And that is at the Haggerty Center. NMC.
It is an NMC.
NMC, not, yeah,
And I
not
think,
the airport.
It's
It's
room,
not-
yeah, it's room 109 when you pull right in by the Dennis Museum.
yeah, it's by the Dennis Museum, so not necessarily the Haggerty Center, okay?
Room 109.
So the building next to Dennis?
That's my understanding. I don't know exactly where.
Scholars Hall.
I have a map.
So along with that, we have been requested to sign some letters of support for the airport. And so I have those letters. I've shared them with Chairman Wessel, and we're hoping to, they're just letters of support for an upcoming project that they're working on, some expansion projects. And if they've requested them by the end of this week, I just received them the end of last week. So so if we can approve by consensus to have the chairman approve those letters, if anyone would like to see them, I have them. But they're very benign. They're just letters of support. So if we can have that motion consensus, that would be great.
Okay, the building is the College Scholars Hall, room 109, adjacent to the Millikan Auditorium and the Dennis Museum. So just as you pull in, it'll be on the right.
Thank you. Two more items. Were you gonna
No, when you're done.
Okay. And then I do want to just share that, as we have sprung forward officially, some people may have received a postcard from Point Broadband talking about the fact that construction will continue. And so this is just letting people know that Point Broadband is indeed intending to reinitiate their efforts in the county. So more information on that. And then lastly, we will need to hold a special session on Tuesday, April 9th to meet the annual statutory equalization hearing requirement. So I do have the paperwork to get the 3 signatures to be able to approve that. So if you see that coming around, if you don't see it, it's probably because we got 3 signatures on it before it got to you. So just kind of letting you all know that's something we need to take action on today. And I believe that is all the items that I have for the administration report.
The letters to the airport are related to grant request, special infrastructure funds available from the feds, and those are due. So normally the chair can't sign unless we take action. We will not have a meeting before those are due. So I'm looking for consensus on that. They're very just one paragraph. We support the request of the airport for some federal funds for airport expansion. Or if you're okay with that, I would like to sign those. We have been asked to do that.
Do you have them?
Yes.
Will you just give us a copy of those? We'll let you know if there's anything you want to change.
So I'm going to forward this folder that has the information for both the requirement for the special meeting and also the letters.
Time set for the April 19th meeting, special.
At the 9th, I believe it will be immediately following, typically immediately following the executive session.
Okay.
Also, on the environmental health department, they open at 8. Did you discuss that with her? And these front doors don't open till 9. And I told them that
Front doors, I'm sorry, his front doors are 7:30.
are they?
Yeah, the building construction code and MSU are 8 AM.
Oh,
And
good.
district court.
I think online, they looked it up online and it said.
I think
I
the
mean,
majority of
that's-
the administrative offices start at open at 9, but I'll confirm that, but thank you for that
Oh, good.
reminder.
That's good. So he probably checked it out.
Anything else for the administrator before we go to our road commission report? Well, thank you, Brandon, for being here this morning, and thank you for giving us a road commission update.
Thanks for having me. Okay, good. She got up there. I want to make sure. Okay. Thanks for having me again. Brennan Mullane, the Managing Director of the Road Commission. Our chair this year is Bob Joyce, and he had a family emergency and sends his regrets, but I'm sure if you have any questions, should be able to answer them, hopefully. First page here, just quick breakdown of who our board members are. Anybody who doesn't know, the Road Commission is actually its own, have your own set of commissioners. They are not districts like the county commissioners. They're listed there. We have facilities in Suttons Bay and Maple City. That photo is of the Tucker Creek outlet on 675. We've been talking about these for several years now. I think we've been working on them for maybe 7 or 8 years, but it's a big consortium between the tribe is paying for most of it, and the National Conservation Resource Alliance, the NCRS, National Park, Road Commission. There's 4 culverts that all have to be changed out along that section as the Crystal River winds back and forth. And the first one was done last year. That's a photo of that. I think just a good example of intergovernmental coordination and a big appreciation to the tribe because they're funding most of it. All said and done, it'll be somewhere in the realm of $6 million funded elsewhere, which is great. That's a huge, huge improvement. The latest, it changes quite a bit. It's a moving target, but now they're projecting that crossing 3, which would be the Shoot the Tube, is slated for construction this fall. So if everything lines up and falls in place sometime around Labor Day, the road will be closed and that culvert will be closed off and put in a timber bridge there. So.
Is there anything being worked on right now? No, it's winter.
No, nope, that was done last fall. This one here, or actually quite a bit of the summer last year. We'll put back together right before asphalt plants close mid-November usually, and that was all put back in time, so,
Thank you.
yeah. I'm not controlling that. Do I need to control that?
You can just ask her to forward the slide.
Jennifer, the next slide.
Oh, it's actually Leanna.
If it's.
Oh, Leanna's got it.
Yeah, she's listening.
Thank you, Leanna. Maybe. There we go. Oh, it's following. Okay, perfect. This is just a quick breakdown of where our funding comes from. The Michigan Transportation Fund is essentially the gas tax, registration fees, 40%. There's some other items down there. Now this funds MDOT, county road commissions, cities and villages. And then to the right, the County Road Association does a report every 2 years. It's quite in depth. One of the main things they try to come out with that is the needs. And 2 years ago, the needs, this was to get all county roads up to 60% good fair condition, local roads, and 90% of primaries in a good fair. 2 years ago, that needs assessment was 1.8 billion. And this year it is 2.35 billion. So as a state, we're losing ground throughout the road commissions, 28% since 2021.
Can I ask a question, Brenda?
Yeah.
When I get my license renewed on my EV, I pay a premium. I
Yes.
pay like $170 for an EV tax.
Yes.
Do you guys get that?
So that does go into the MTF. The registration fees do. Of course, you don't pay gas tax, so there is
Right.
not the gas tax. And in this report,
As
they,
long as it goes to you.
yeah, it does. Registration fees do come to us. It's actually, they estimate around $50 million is, they call it a loss through EVs not buying gas and the gas tax over the last several years. It's not the end of the world.
But we do pay extra.
You pay on registration, correct? So the registration fees aren't as much as someone who pays a registration and buys gas. So they're working on a way to try and correct that. They project maybe 500 million by 2030. So they're working on what they call it a mileage-based user fee, is what the County Road Association is trying to push through, and there seems to be some traction on that. So just last week,
For EVs,
no, for everybody,
for everybody,
maybe they're gonna do a trial run.
which is going to hurt delivery services or personal vehicles. What do you?
I believe it's gonna be on everything, but they're gonna start with a trial run. Just last week, they announced they're gonna ask for 10,000 volunteers. This is a proposal. It hasn't gone through any laws yet, but that's the road commission's latest proposal to try and fill that gap. There's lots of different ideas out there. One idea thrown around is maybe toll roads. For us at the road commission, what that's probably gonna do is put more traffic on the local roads. So people are gonna avoid the freeways and drive on our roads. So with the County Road Association is not supporting that. They're pushing, trying to find this MBUF, they call it, mileage-based user fee. Several states have done it. Lots of states have done nothing. So if you hear about that, that's what that means. It's just a quick breakdown. The next slide is, thank you. Just 598 total miles in the county that we maintain. We actually maintain another 100 miles of road for MDOT through a contract, but these are our jurisdiction. And then a breakdown of the local road, paved roads, so you can get an idea of the different townships and their mileage they have. The next slide is a breakdown of what was spent on local roads by township. There's categories down at the bottom, and then the mileage is in parentheses. So Bingham Township has 28 local road miles. And then you can see there's just an estimate. This was done by pre-audit numbers. So in a couple of weeks, this might be tweaked a couple of pennies here and there, but you get a pretty good idea of where the money went last year. And you can tell there's a pretty large band over there on Sutton's Bay. That one in the middle is chip seal. That tends to float around. We try and do that somewhat regionally. Last year or the year before, it was mostly done in Leelanau Township. So but that's the main report. We're going through township by township and giving these reports out too. The next slide. This is a report of the Pacer ratings. So We have to, by law, rate our primary roads every 2 years. And it's 10-1, 10 being a perfect road and 1 being the least perfect road. We haven't rated our local roads in 10, 15 years, maybe at most. So last year, we re-rated all of our local roads, and this is the reports of that. So on the left, you see the statewide average, a county primary, and then the county local road average, and then each township with the breakdown. The County Road Association sets a goal of 90% of primaries to be good fare and 60% of the local roads to be good fare. The good news, countywide, we are actually in the 75% local good fare and 89% primary. So after this year, we'll be hitting the 90% mark for primaries, which is good news. And also good news is that our locals are well above the state recommended or the state average. And of course, the not great news is that we still have roads that are poor. So the next slide is it's just a breakdown explanation of the cost. So you see the Paisley rating on the bottom. Obviously, a rated 10 road doesn't cost anything, but it costs to repair. And the striking thing I wanted to show you is that a fair road, which is the yellow, is substantially cheaper to repair than a poor road. So if you average those 3 numbers versus the 4 red numbers, basically that tells you $1 spent on a fair road saves you $6 on a poor road. It's 6 times more expensive to fix a poor than a fair. So the game of asset management, plate spinning, is to focus, and you have to focus the money on the fares as much as you possibly can. Sometimes you have to let the reds or the poors drop, as frustrating as that can be. Once you have a 2, it doesn't go very far. If you have a 5 or a 6 and it gets into a 3 or 4, it's going to be very expensive. So something this road commission has done a fantastic job of way before me. I'm not talking about myself, but everybody before us. And really that's chip seal. Chip seal is the answer to that. So the next slide is a breakdown, quite a report about the different townships and mileage and estimated cost. There's a lot to that one, and I won't read line by line. Let's say somewhat scary thing is the cost to repair all of the roads in the county, get them up to a 10, is $52 million, almost 53. Now, of course, it's not realistic to expect all the roads in the county to be a 10, but that's what it would take. As you can tell, though, the yellow, which would be the fair roads, $15 million, and the poors is $38 million almost. And then you see the list of townships, the primary, the breakdown. And then the graph on the right is just explanation that all roads are deteriorating all the time. They're constantly heading down to poor. When you do a chip seal, maybe you extend that life, you go up and it extends, but it's still heading towards 0. And then maybe you do an overlay down the road and keeps heading towards 0. So it's the plate spinning concept. And the chip seals and the overlays and things that are much more cost effective than a full reconstruction.
Can I ask you, for instance, Little Traverse, Cleveland Township, did they pay the full cost?
No, we did a 60-40 split
Okay, so.
on last year's.
Part of it.
Yep. And that's definitely something I will be talking about is the local match. Absolutely. Well, we can talk about it now. That's all right. State law says that the road commission can only match up to 50% on a local road for an improvement. And Little Traverse Lake, of course, is a pretty substantial improvement.
Yes, it's awesome.
Historically, the road commission has matched 50%, but also there was only 1 or 2 projects a year. And last year we had over $5 million in requests for projects. So certainly the road commission can't match all projects at 50%. They're still honoring the Little Traverse Lake project because that was set out years ago as a planned project, but they didn't do 50% last year. And we probably aren't going to do 50% this year. We're trying to find ways to help and to make this affordable because that means everything. I mean, the local roads is really where the problems are at for the most part in this county. But automatically matching 50% just isn't possible. And it's one thing I want to show today and why it isn't. So yeah, I believe last year was 60-40. And our board hasn't decided this year what it's going to be, but we are either going to probably match maybe a 60-40 again, or maybe we do some of the earthwork to help make the cost much cheaper. We did that on Merrick Road last year. There's a 500 foot of paving required for that housing development. The township offered $15,000 and asked the road commission to match their $15,000. And actually, instead, we did the dirt work in kind. And we think we saved the project somewhere around 40, 50,000 by us doing the work instead of a contractor. So trying to find ways to do it because we just simply can't match. There just isn't the money there. You know, a project here or there, we could probably afford 50%, but there's too much out there now. So trying to find better ways to do it.
Well, you guys did an excellent job and we were really efficient.
Good. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you.
Get a handle.
Hey, how you doing? Bob Joyce, this is our chair, everybody. I think you probably know him.
Sorry,
Don't-
Bob. I had a dog emergency surgery.
Doing all right?
Yeah,
Good to
breathing.
hear. Good. The next slide is just a graph of our two major funding sources. Of course, the millage, which is on the ballot for today, is the green up top. And you'll hear it again in a few minutes, but that millage renewal, that 0.5 mil has been renewed every 2 years since 1986, I believe. And I attribute that a lot of the reason to our Paisley ratings being so much higher than the state average. That millage has done a lot in this county for a long time. And which is why we focus that and have always focused that on, I would say, not extra, but more aggressive snow plowing than most places that wouldn't have a millage. And then the rest of it goes into the chip seal program because that's a maintenance item and that extends the life and it spreads that out and keeps those plates spinning. So that millage goes a long ways. Feels good to see the numbers going up year after year. The not so great thing is also in that study that the CRA came out with recently. It said $1 today is worth only 65 cents from $1 in 2020 towards road construction. That's a scary thought. So construction is getting much, much more expensive, which is why we think that maybe we can be more helpful by doing some dirt work. You know, the equipment's paid for, the man hours are paid for already. We're trying. Next slide is 2023 results. So you have revenue stream on the left and expenditures on the right. We get money from several different places. Most of this comes through the MTF, which is broken up into a primary and local roads. They're earmarked when they come in. We don't have to spend dollar for dollar. It's limited at you can't move more than 30% of your primary money into local, which he actually had been doing for years, and it's on a 10-year average. So, which we talked about last year, is we need to start getting that more balanced and more of the money spent on primaries to make sure we're meeting that requirement. If you see there, the blue, the darker blue on the top is the primary revenue number and what we spent. It's pretty close. We're still spending more of that money onto local roads, which is good because that's where the need is for the most part. And the millage, it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but is the sort of light blue in the bottom left corner. And lots of different ways to slice it, but essentially the millage and the local road funding we get from the MTF are what we're spending on local roads. And so essentially that millage is all going to local roads, if you look at it that way. The big red, the small red piece of pie is the township contribution. And certainly as we're going around and talking, doing the same presentation to townships, we think that's one of the major areas to try and to make this work on these local roads. The townships, it's their prerogative. If they want better local roads, if they find a way to fund them or help fund them, and we want to work with them on that. Some townships don't want it. There's counties nearby here where they have a lot of dirt roads and they spend all summer grading and brining, and it's much cheaper than maintaining paved. So I think the townships deserve that authority. You know, that's their prerogative. That is mostly the Little Traverse Lake Road there for 2023. Next slide is the budget for 2024. Looks an awful lot like the results from 2023. Same thing, you've got a pretty big chunk of primary funding. That's where most of it's getting spent. The gray triangle is the MDOT contract. That's dollar for dollar what we spend on an MDOT road, they pay for it. That does end up helping our bottom line though. It actually goes a long ways, and our hours spent on MDOT aren't coming out of our money, essentially, or your money. Your money. And it goes a long ways as a taxpayer. If MDOT had to have their own garage and their own trucks, it would cost them probably 7-8 times as much. So we're all paying that tax whether we like it or not. So that MDOT contract goes a very long ways in our operation. Next slide is a quick breakdown of our fleet facilities.
The board adopted a fleet facilities, or excuse me, a fleet asset management plan in 2022. It's a living, breathing document, but it feels good to have some guidance on that. In 2023, we bought 2 new plow trucks, 2 pickups, 2 used Pelican sweepers, 1 loader. We re-upfitted the tar distributor, which is on the left. We used an old plow truck, but we got a new distributor on the back, and we got a new GPS system this last year. It wasn't fully operational until July, so that stat on the right is really just since July. But as a fleet, we drove 195,000 miles last year, an average fuel efficiency of 5.6. With that asset management plan, it shows us that we need to average 2 plow trucks a year to keep up. And there are some pretty aggressive emissions restrictions coming in 2027. And there's some estimates say that it's going to add $40,000 to $100,000 to the cost of the truck. And of course, there's concerns about it. This tends to happen with a new system like that. There's lots of issues with making them work. So to avoid that, having to deal with that, the commissioners decided to buy 4 trucks a year for the next 3 years and then take 3 years off. So we're still keeping that 2 truck year average. Just makes sense to buy them now and buy the other stuff that was on that list, and we flipped it around. So also to not take money out of the road system, because we have road asset management too. We don't want to take one or the other. So we moved around purchasing.
And the reason that is the emissions on these trucks. They're getting huge. I mean, there's so many things that they're doing to them that we don't know if we're going to be able to mount scrapers under the bottom, wings on the side, if we're going to have live bottom chains, anything like that, because it's drastically changing. I mean, it's huge. So that's why we're doing what we're doing. And from what I'm hearing right now, it's probably going to be closer to $100,000 per truck once the emissions go into effect. So if we can be proactive versus reactive, I think it'll help everyone involved.
So our plan for 2024 is 4 new plow trucks and 2 pickups. You can tell, obviously, flipping things around. They're working on a facilities asset management plan, which we hope to get resolved this year, and probably a big part of our discussion of next year to come and do these. The next slide is just a project list for this coming year. We have all of our bids back, so this is still a draft. This isn't completely enshrined in stone yet. The next few weeks, we'll be going through this and making sure what we can and can't afford, if we have to cut or add. But this is the idea of the plan. And so far, it's a pretty good list. There will probably be a few tweaks here and there. You can see the repair type is there in the middle, and you got township. And I don't know if I mentioned it, but the primary roads are the numbered roads. So those are ones that the road commission is completely responsible for. Anything else would be considered a local road, where we can only do 50% of improvements. We can do maintenance on them, and we do as much maintenance as we possibly can.
Or up to 50%.
Up to 50%. Up to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fine print.
Yep. Oh, and then the last slide is just a questionnaire. If anybody has any questions, my contact information. A couple of quick notes. We did also recently get certified as a CDL trainer. In the past, you had to have a CDL to get a job here. On the last contract, we opened that up, and then also became certified. So we have our first, let's call him a guinea pig, is going through the system right now, and he's doing a great job, and it seems to be working out. So we're sending one through. We're training him. We're helping him through his classes, and it seems to be successful. So we are hiring. And if you don't have a CDL, it's still possible. We're not going to hire 5 non-CDL drivers, I don't think, at once, but it's big news. It's exciting because we are shorthanded. So if you know anybody who has a CDL, by all means, please send them our way.
And he is from the county.
And he's from the county.
Yeah.
That's right. It's a local.
Yep.
I say kid, but it's not fair.
I've talked to my husband about that. He does have a CDL, so we're talking.
I'm patiently waiting for the phone call.
So Brendan, question, can you give us an update? Last year, the MPOs were introduced.
Yeah.
When we started with the TTCI. Can you talk about, I know I've not really had the opportunity to attend those meetings. I think there's one this afternoon, primarily because they coincide with this meeting, and it always makes it challenging to get down to Traverse City in time for the meeting. However, can you just talk about how you think that's working? How is Leelanau County benefiting from that?
Absolutely. If you're familiar with the TTCI, and I don't remember exactly what the acronym was, but essentially it was a group there was some funding for it for the urban areas. So there's a little bit of Elmwood Township is in the urban area. They never actually really went and got any money from that group. It was mostly Traverse City and the urban area of Grand Traverse County for years. Once the urbanized area meets the threshold of 50,000, I believe it's 50,000. It puts you in a category. It's a federal program. We become a municipal planning organization. So that's the MPO. So we decided to keep the name the same. It's still called TTCI, but it's now is formally an MPO, which changes a lot. One of the biggest changes is that there's roughly, it was about 300,000 a year before for projects. Now it's $1 million. So that's exciting. It brings money into the region. It's more regional now, so it is expanded. And we have now Bingham Township, Elmwood Township, the Road Commission, and the county are all members of this group, which is great because that gives us a voice. It gives us some votes and some opinions, and it's more about regional stuff. So we can't go and just right now when this construction project comes up, it's already started on, it's going to affect everybody in this county. It's not taking place in our county, but we're all going to be affected by it. And I think anybody trying to turn left at Gray and Cedar Run is probably going to feel the pain. We can't go down and put a light down there. We have asked them if they would, and they're looking at putting one up there. But now that begs the question, would a light there help? Maybe. If you're in Grand Traverse County, that's on the fringe of your county, it's probably not a priority for you. It's probably a priority for us, but it's not our jurisdiction. So that's the kinds of things that this MPO kind of gives us a voice in, and helps us have a say, and there's money to help solve projects. Elmwood Township is trying to look at doing a path, reconnect a TART trail along Cherry Bend. Once they do the parkway, it'd be a great project. If you look at our maps, is one of our primaries that is a poor road. We're trying to coordinate and coincide all of that with that project. Be nice if funding came from it. At a minimum, it's that intergovernmental coordination is what that's all about. So tonight is a technical committee meeting, and they're trying to finalize the criteria for a call for projects. So that's a big deal. How do projects get funded? How do they get ranked? It is certainly a very crunchy process, but that's happening tonight. So that's good news.
You challenged me last night in the township meeting, that if this board would ever be interested in trying to tackle the repairs to our roads in some sort of financial structure. So I think that conversation is worth having at some point for us to see if there is any or any means that we could do to help raise funds and get some of these other roads. And we talked about it at length for over an hour last night.
Yes.
And we can come up with the answer, but I do think we need to put it on a future agenda just to brainstorm how we could maybe help. Because I don't know about everybody else, but roads still are the number one thing that people call me about, even though I have very little help. We have little very little help. So I would appreciate this board thinking about what that might look like and when a conversation is appropriate.
I appreciate that. If you mind if I quick comment about that, is what our push is with this report in this year, and you heard it last night, certainly. Several townships have planned and are saving money or have funds set aside, and they're trying, and that's why we have $5 million in requests now, which is exciting and terrifying at the same time, because we certainly can't match it all, but there's been a lot of movement. But it has to, in my opinion, it needs to come from the township to some degree with interest. Not funding is very difficult. You guys know that. Some townships have more than others. Some have more things they have to pay for. But at least encouraging the townships to engage with us. That's what we did. We also did these reports that each township gets. It's a very detailed breakdown of their appraiser ratings, the cost to repair and recommendations. There's asset management plans that each township is going to get with this report. This presentation, but trying to start the conversation because it matters. Because even if, that was the sort of joke, even if you had $50 million that you wanted to spend to the roads, there still need to be some township matching for that. So trying to get, so I appreciate that. That's the goal, is to start the conversation. All townships are going to want to do it differently. Some may want to do township wide millage, some may want to bond, some may want to just leave it on the residents at a dead end street in the neighborhood and have them do an SAD, and they can put on their tax rolls over years. There's lots of different ways to solve the problems. But none of it's going to happen on a local road without the township's input. So
Start by prioritizing too.
Yeah, exactly.
You're alarming me greatly. So, presently, I really like the formula that you're using. I really do like the township buy-in. And I think it could be tweaked by any means. Right now, we've got the road commission, do you have, as you just covered, your funding. We do authorize the winter millage to go on the ballot so that we can snowplow. It's always been highly supported in the county. But I like the separation. So you're an entity, excuse me, and we're an entity. And we're all pulling out of the same pockets of our residents, whether they're rich or poor. So right now it's very transparent. But for the county to now pull additional out of the pockets of our residents and to fund our roads is just a little bit cloudy in my opinion. I like the idea that you're having conversations and thinking things through and trying to work on those things. I do greatly appreciate that, because I understand that some roads have heavier use, some townships have heavier use for people just getting to counties that have, as we are peninsula, less and less and less use.
Yeah.
So you've got that more that wear and tear on the roads, and you know, we all have our challenges, and we certainly have our financial challenges here as well. So we can certainly understand what you're going through there. I had one more question for you, but that conversation just threw me, so I'm going to have to think about it. Get back to
Fair enough. Can I respond to that real quick? Is that okay? And I appreciate that completely, and that's exactly why we're here. I'm not suggesting that the county board should start to fund roads by any means. I don't think we would say no if you wanted to.
Second time I've heard it though. That's
yes. A quick comment to that is I've had a few people have come to our meetings and suggested that maybe we ask for a 1 mil instead of a ½ mil. Of course, my argument, which I'll say again today, is that ½ mil has been renewed for since forever, right?
Yeah.
And it's worked. The numbers are way above the state average. It's working. Of course, it's getting harder and harder, but I mean that ½ mil we believe is still plenty to do at, you know, to maintain that minimum for sure. And I do think it matters that the townships have some say in whether they want to go above and beyond. They want to stay at that level, or do they want to increase or not? And last week in the report that the CRA put out, that $2.4 billion statewide need, someone suggested a 25-cent gas tax. So if this can get really deep into political or tax law, and I'm not any of that, it's just my immediate opinion. If we all had to pay 25 extra cents per gallon, we would end up funding the massive amount of roads that are not in this county, right? There's a level of that. So obviously I'm glad we get state money because we have primary roads and it filters down, but where do you want to set that threshold? And that is a very enviable position for you guys. I'm just here to show you where we get the money, where it goes, and I'll be glad to talk about any of it, but I'm not saying that we need more. However, we can't match.
Oh, I think you're kind of shining the light that you'd like the county to shine the light on the townships too, that not only do you need to prioritize, but you know, we'll do what we can, but there's only so much money in the pot, period. And it doesn't matter. There's only so much. So you have to be very smart on how you do it. You have to get all your ducks in a row. And instead of going out and getting your own bids by township, come to the road commission. They have to be to our spec. And that's happened a lot. And they get upset with us. Well, it's only this much. Well, what are you missing? Because when our engineer goes out and he puts a RFQ or something together, he's like, it's way different because it's meeting our spec. They can't, Joe Blow can't just go out and say, well, I want 3 inches of Tarvey and we're done. It doesn't work that way. And we just want them to be more, just thinking more about the future, you know, put money aside. We're not, you know, you're not going to do everything in a month or a year or 10 years, but put it aside, you know.
I think in industry, why? You're ordering trucks, but are you going to get your trucks? I know that that's been a problem industry-wide, that you can order the trucks, but that's necessarily when they're going to be delivered. So I'll keep my fingers crossed for you on
Yeah.
that. And even pickup trucks, I understand. So, good luck with that. And,
Thank you.
you know, I mean, everything's up.
Yeah.
Everything's up. Some things 120%
Yeah.
are up. And that's too bad as well.
Commissioner Work?
Yes, Brandon, a couple months ago when I ran it by you to, maybe we can get that Grand Traverse, not saying we do Grand Traverse work, to put a temporary stoplight up at Cedar Run
Okay.
and Gray.
Yep.
And Harris, that was my point. So thank you. Do you use it for him?
All right,
We need to.
No,
That was my point.
we all feel it.
but Brandon and I talked about this a couple months ago, because in fact, we could use it today with the backup on Grand or on the Parkway.
At least temporary.
And well, that's what I'm saying, temporary, and I mean, if it comes down to funding, I would not object to even fund part of it, because it's Leelanau County people that will be backed up
Yeah.
at Cedar Run and Gray, and that's a terrible intersection for accidents, and
And Harris.
everybody comes down, 641, 633, so.
So, we have reached out to MDOT. They're looking at it. They haven't promised they're gonna do it, but it sounds like they think it's reasonable to put a temporary up. I don't know how it's been since Monday. I've been fortunate not to have to drive that way yet, but we all drive. I mean, I think most of us have done that. Turning left there is very difficult. So I believe there's been some big commitment at least to decide if it's gonna help or not. Once they do the western half of that project, I don't know how much is affecting it right now,
Yeah, it hasn't gotten bad yet.
No.
but we think it will.
But
When
it
they do
will.
that west side, it's
But it
going
will.
to, so
Yeah, and then we're also going to do the roundabout at 22 and 7.
way more concerned about that one.
Yes. That's where it's gonna be coming down that road. And,
Yeah. Yes, and that's what this MPO was it's one of those things that gives us a seat at that table now. They actually, Grand Traverse County had a corridor planning session a few months ago, and that gave us, and they invited us, they gave us a chance to bring our input. And Harris Road, I think we all can agree. I just really wish that would exist and it would go through.
Right.
We can't fund it because our money that we get from the state has to go to our roads, but this MPO is a way that gives us, it's some input. I mean, they're not gonna have to do what we say, but of course it helps us throw some weight around to that.
Okay, also the lady with the complaint of the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit sign on Dalzell.
Yes.
I
Yes,
handled that. I made a home visit to a couple of people.
appreciate that. Interestingly, we had a sign that said road ends where it transitions to private. I was there yesterday and the sign's gone.
I think
That might be confusing.
I understand if it's residential on both sides for a certain length, it can be deemed a 25-mile-an-hour zone.
It can be prima facie what they call it.
Right,
There's a
right.
certain amount of driveways within a certain distance, but the state police still have to adopt that.
But this came down to a couple individuals and I made a home visit.
Perfect.
So,
And that's way more effective, to be honest. I mean, I appreciate that.
Commissioner Lawson?
Just one more comment. I wanted to say that how wonderful it's been to work with Craig Solon Township, worked with him with something, I don't want to call it a village, with our little hamlet there. He was wonderful to work with,
Good.
and he's been doing a really fantastic job on the planning commission as well with updates and things.
Appreciate
So thank you for sending him.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a quick question. Did you save any money because it didn't snow much?
Interestingly, something that I often talk about is the gas tax is one of the most immediate returns that you get. So we get a check every month. They predict what they're going to get for the year, but every month what was used in January, they send us a check, they split it up and send it to us right after that. So we actually brag about how we don't save money. We save just enough that we need, but our goal is to put that money right back in. There was some savings with gas, of course. But we're still paying the employees, and we're still driving, doing a lot of tree work. I don't know what the number is. That's part of this next week, sitting down and reevaluating what we can and can't afford. But that money, whatever is quote unquote saved from plowing, is gonna go right back to the roads this year. Extra chip seal. We still actually only had, I think it was 6 days in January where we weren't plowing, surprisingly. It didn't feel like it, but icy. You get ice, we have to go out there. We may not be plowing all days, but there was certainly savings. I mean, we have more salt in the barn than we've had at this point before, so. Yes, but we're gonna spend it almost immediately
I know you.
on chip seal.
Any other questions for Brendan? or the board chair. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
I have a question, and this board has been working with Steve Christensen a
Yes.
lot.
Yes.
And we continue to hear that we will be able to assess the road commission for a portion of the cost. But we've also heard that it's up to your board whether you decide to pay that. Can you speak to that?
Sure. And I think you were probably, I think CC'd on the one letter for the last assessment. I know that one wasn't a very big assessment, the South Bar Lake Road. I expressed my frustration, and not with the individuals. Everyone's learning. Steve's learning this process. So this isn't about anybody personally. The process for it is getting notification and involved early as possible. The calculations are very complicated. So I asked Steve, I don't think he's here, but I'll say it out loud. And my big ask is that we're involved as early as possible. As an example, Schaumburg drain, which is coming up, is going to use a ditch that's already there. So the argument, the analysis is what's the benefit. So if the road commission benefits, absolutely they should be paid into it. And I'd be the first to say that. Steve will tell you I'm the one I support these drainage districts when they're done fairly. If the ditch is already there and the people of the county have already paid for that ditch when somebody dug it 30, 40 years ago, and now that is going to become part of the drain, is that truly a benefit to the road commission? I would like to maybe challenge some of that logic, at least be at the table to talk about it. Outside of that, if the road commission is benefiting, it's not me, and frankly, it's not him, it's us, it's the county, it's the people. So there's a public benefit, sure. Sometimes there are situations coming up that I would argue or like to argue that the benefit has already been bought and paid for. And then reassessing again, you certainly have the authority to do it, but what's the gain?
Thank you. Any other questions? Thanks for a very comprehensive report.
Thank you. Thanks for the time.
It was a good time.
Now I have Michelle Klein here with the Leelanau Department update.
All right, good morning. I don't have any great slides today, so you just got me, but I appreciate a few minutes to give you all an update. We're sharing the Parenting Community's annual report, which you all got electronically, and I give you a hard copy this morning as well as the Parenting Community's evaluation report for 2023. And I gave you hard copies. I apologize, I didn't get it into your packets electronically, but it is available online, and I'm happy to email if anybody wants one. So, and you know, the annual report's pretty self-explanatory. Parenting Communities is going gangbusters. We're adding kids every day. And it's been really positive. I do want to talk a minute about evaluation and where we're at with that. So we've been contracting with Avenue ISR since we started this with really two goals for evaluation. One is to make sure we're meeting the needs of our community. And the other one is to really look at the return on investment for what we're doing. You know, and assessing whether or not we're meeting the needs is pretty easy. We have some standardized assessments. We do satisfaction surveys. This last year, our evaluation consultants did some confidential interviews, in fact, with some families. And overall, you know, it's been overwhelmingly positive. Folks are feeling like they're feeling more connected to the community. There's less social isolation. They're getting some information on, you know, managing parenting and knowledge of child development. They're getting connected to resources. They're better access to things like healthcare. And, you know, really the support is helping them just manage the ups and downs of life. So that's been great. Return on investment's a little bit more challenging to measure simply because those are long-term outcomes we're looking at, and they're also very preventative. So, but there's just a wealth of research behind the work that we do and the benefits, you know, and really there's big wins that are not just financial returns, but just, I guess the phrase is social vitality, right? And research is showing that in general, the types of programming that we're doing, your return on investment's $4 to $16 for every dollar that we invest. So it's pretty robust. And everything that we do is guided by evidence-based, evidence-informed models and frameworks and things that have proven that they work. So this return that we're seeing, the $4 to $16 return on our each dollar of investment is coming in things like, you know, less need for special ed when kids are in school, more academic success, less substance use, lesser involvement with the court systems down the road. As these kids grow up, they're more, socially or economically self-sufficient. And in fact, even the families we're working with now, there's movement towards more economic self-sufficiency. There's better lifelong physical and mental health. I mean, really the supports this early have lifelong benefits. The research also is showing that, we know brain development, 80% occurs before age 3, 90% by age 5. And so the earlier we're supporting these kids and these families, the greater your return on investment down the road. So right now, as I said, 10 years from now, we'll be able to specifically look more at Leelanau County, but we have a lot of research behind that return on investment that's, really justifies the work that we're doing. So our annual report this year, we wanted to highlight some of our local families that are involved. And, you can see their stories and they're mostly in their words as well, and with their pictures when they were willing to do that. And I encourage you all, I know Cam has been at some events, and I encourage you all, if you have an opportunity to come and join an event and see the families and meet with them and see what we do firsthand. It's incredibly, incredibly impactful. So with all that said, we are requesting at this time that we do have the renewal for the early childhood millage on the ballot, this next year. We want to continue this positive trajectory that we're on and keep serving these families. So what questions does any of you have about parenting communities or the work we're doing, requests?
We will have later on an action item, the approval of the millage, and Kathy's prepared, I think, to make a recommendation on. Today, we'll look at the proposed budget, and then we would review that millage rate at next week's meeting and have Andrew here to help us figure that out.
Okay,
But
and I'll be
now
here
we
to
have
answer questions.
on program.
Yeah. Are there any questions?
We were given a list of questions, so I would just ask that you answer them, maybe, and give them to us in email, and we can forward them on.
Sure, absolutely. Be happy to do so. And send these to whom?
The commissioners?
Okay, all of the commissioners. Yeah,
Yes.
sure. Happy to do so.
Are you still?
Well, my only continuing question is, I know we have a disagreement on some of your events that bring in children from other counties when Leelanau County is the sole provider of the funds for this program. And and we've talked about it, it's been brought up before, and so, well, it doesn't cost very much, we're already paying for the program, etc. But our attorney's saying now, Leelanau County tax dollars need to be spent on Leelanau County children, etc. So I just continue to ask, how are you trying to ensure that children from other counties don't take advantage of our tax dollars?
So we, everything we're doing now, there's a registration and there's an online registration. So folks are putting in their address and everything says, for Leelanau County families.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the governor, I believe, wants early childhood development also. Is that going to conflict with what we're doing, or are we going to pay double, or are we going to help me out here?
Certainly not going to pay double. One of the important factors with this whole, with our goal is to not duplicate. So if there's funding that comes governmentally from Michigan for, let's say, universal home visiting as an example, that meets the needs of our families, then that's not a service we'll need to provide through this funding. So we really don't want to duplicate services. And so what we're doing is every year, we present you all with our anticipated budget, and you look at the funds that may be there, if there's any that weren't unspent, and you set the millage rate based on that. So it may be lower. So if things develop over the next few years and we get funding from another source and we don't need to do all that we're doing, then we can adjust.
Commissioner Kramer and then Commissioner O'Hare.
I think I'm gonna speak a little emotionally right now because this notoriously is a soft spot with me, because as adults, what are we doing here if we're not spending money on our children? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we all doing at this table if we are not looking for the next generation? Because that's why we're making these choices. That's why we're making these decisions. And so I look at $500,000 expenditure. And I'm saying that's not much if we're gonna invest in our children. Because even if you look at jobs and teachers and how much we pay these people to do what? This is what we're here for. Guys, we're all gonna die within a few decades, and that's what we have. So let's invest. And let's not be stingy about how we're investing in our next generation, because what are we doing? Like that's why we have this building. That's why we do all of these infrastructure things. Like, what are we doing if we're not looking forward? So I hope everyone takes that into consideration when we're looking at this. Your services and what you're providing are notoriously just community for these people, because we're all siloed in our own spaces, and it is terribly difficult to be a parent alone. And you're providing something that we would have as just a normal community if we lived in an egalitarian society. So thank you for everything that you're doing. And let's all keep that in mind as we move forward. Thanks.
Commissioner Hogarth?
That's a tough act to follow.
Sorry.
No, it's true, and you're a mom of a 3-year-old, or 2-year-old, so you know, go to, bless you. Thank you. I am proud that our county takes care of our children and prepares them for a full life. And we take care of our seniors. We can absolutely do more, but those two are very, very important things. So we are investing in the future of our children, so they have healthy lives. We are going to save money down the road. So thank you for what you do, because I know you do it with, all of you do it with a full heart and love for these children.
Yeah, absolutely do. Yeah, a great passionate team of folks that are working with their families. So, and it's so hard for me to express, I guess, how meaningful it is to so many families in our community. And sometimes it's just the family that doesn't have extended family and they're feeling extremely isolated. Sometimes it's a family whose life is just in incredible turmoil and they need someone to walk with them through, so they can get past that. So it's really, really beneficial work.
It is a challenge to have children under 5.
For everybody.
For
everybody, right? Right.
Thank you for being there.
Mr. Ross?
Yes, I'd just like to clarify, we were given this sheet of some questions, and it says at the top that these are questions for public comment. I believe our process requirement is that there's a name and a person's name and where they're from whenever public comment is given. So I would expect that this should be, I don't know who this came from.
me.
Okay.
Those are
directly from you.
Actually, it was handed to each of us.
It was, but that's fine. I passed them along to her, so that's fine.
Okay.
And I will say, if you ever have questions from any of your folks out there when you're talking, I am always open to answer directly. We're an open book, and we want the feedback from the community, even those that maybe don't have the 3-year-olds, but they have questions or concerns, or they want to know what we're doing. So, I always say, just have them give me a call.
Is there a lot of grants out there? It looks like there may be.
Well, where we started, the answer to that is not really. So, parenting communities from way back had solid funding, and then that went away, and then it was functioning with grants. And you really can't be particularly effective if you only have a year's worth of funding, and then it goes away, and then you're writing another grant, and you're trying to just piecemeal it together. That's where parenting communities had ended up before the study group was formed and they looked at, potentially seeking a millage.
Okay.
So.
Commissioner Rushworth?
Yeah, as a grandfather of 15, who are age 11 and down or 12 and down now, a couple of needs that were always taken care of in the past by different ways, and I don't know if it's ever been considered by this group. One was the Red Cross used to provide swimming lessons in the county. We're surrounded by a ton of water. I don't know if that's an appropriate thought there. And another thing that's been brought up, especially because these kids are young, and now and then my adult children would like to go somewhere. There used to be a program, and I think it was 4-H Safe Sitter.
Oh yeah, the babysitting training.
Hard to find. to have safe to find babysitter training, so I don't know if that's ever things that have been considered as a part of your program. We had it.
Yeah, thank you. But we certainly are about making connections as well. So, you know, if there's a need for that, and I'm not sure if they've had one recently, but we can certainly partner with them and with the Red Cross and with 4-H.
And to Commissioner Kramer's comments, I'm not gonna get into what is important or not, but our job is to prioritize, and everything cannot be a priority. Otherwise, we just have to tell you guys, send us all your money, and we'll tell you what you get. So I'm not saying this isn't an important program, but these are difficult decisions and we have only so much money to allocate. So don't disagree with your comments, but it's our job to figure out how to best spend the county.
Understandable. You know, I think one of the beauties of this particular type of funding for this particular type of programming is that while it's universal to everybody in the community, really it's at whatever level they need. So we do have some families that need a lot of intensive support, and they have a social worker that's in there every week and they're doing a lot with them. But we also have families that just come to 1 or 2 events because they want to make some connections with some new folks. So you know, it's not a one size fits all, and we can adapt to meet the needs. And we're public health. We're used to being frugal. It's just the way we function.
Other questions? I'd like to commend you for on the very last page of your report, you identify all your partnerships. And we all hear lots of those connections, and thank you so much for that. I speak to school people a lot, and they are so pleased with their partnerships with you. And I know we're going to see school budget needs reduced because of what you're doing with the 350 kids that you're seeing this year.
That's the goal. And we know, you know, if you're involved with the schools, is they're really, really struggling with behavior issues and mental health issues and all kinds of things that, you know, weren't as bad 10 years ago,
Any
5 years
other
ago. So
questions for Michelle? We'll be back with you on the agenda and the action agenda for
I'll be
the
here.
budget.
Okay.
We now have Amber here, and we're going to hear a building safety update. Hi, Amber.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for your time. So I've just kind of put together a couple little bullet points for y'all as like a reflection of the year, kind of where we're at, the highlights. So we continue to see an increase in online permitting. We don't really have a good way to track email applications right now, but I'd say between our web applications and email applications, more than 70% of our applications are submitted electronically. Even our local contractors that live right in Sutton's Bay are using the online portal. It's just easier for them. It's one less thing they have to deal with making the drive here. Not that they don't love seeing us, but it's a lot easier for them. In the last year, we issued 155 building permits for new homes, guest houses, or alterations to convert that building into a single family dwelling. That seems to be quite a bit of what we're seeing now is alterations. We had 20 building permits last year for multifamily structures or duplexes. So several of those for Habitat for Humanity. We have a new duplex in Glen Arbor. There's the 4 duplexes going up in Cedar, and then the home stretch project that finished up. So those were all bundled in last year's work. We had 27 building permits for new commercial structures, and the majority of those were for storage buildings, not larger projects. In 2023, we had 181 code enforcements. Those are primarily related to work performed without a permit, but we also do use that opportunity to have pre-construction meetings with contractors, or if homeowners call and they are talking about doing a project and they just want to have an idea of what this is going to be like before they start anything, that's an avenue. Those numbers are down considerably in the last 3 years, and I'd like to continue to see that trend follow. For the future, the codes are finally changing. So as of today, the commercial codes for electrical, plumbing, and mechanical have changed. We're now under the 2021 editions of the mechanical and plumbing codes and the 2023 electrical code. The remaining codes are anticipated to change later this year. I was at a code class in January, and they were initially saying early spring for building codes, but based on the information on their website, it looks like that'll probably be more like early summertime. There are some hearings scheduled later this month for the residential code. And then in April for the commercial building code, there's also some codes out there still for our energy code and the rehab code that I didn't poke around in much. The inspectors and I have also been discussing the possibility of implementing informational meetings, emails, notices to contractors. We're in early stages of development there. I need to work with Leanna as well to get a large email compiled there, but I want to send basically an initial email to gauge the level of interest from our community. Given that the codes are changing, we're getting a lot of calls from folks. We don't have a lot of answers yet because the code books have not been printed. Unfortunately, those are set to be in print come June, and the code changed today. So there's a little bit of backlog on that, but there is some initial information from the state on that. So that's us in a nutshell.
How many pages in that new code book?
Remains to be seen. The current book for plumbing mechanical is about this thick, so we'll see what it comes to. I know the building code will probably be just as thick, and that one's about this big. So.
Commissioner Russ.
Yeah, you mentioned pre-construction meetings. Is that just for commercial projects or is that also for residential?
We offer it for everybody. We really push it on the commercial end, unless you're doing a really minor project, but generally all commercial projects, we require a pre-construction meeting on, and then it's open to anybody. Even if all you're doing is a deck, if you want to sit down and chat with us about it, yeah.
Great. And a secondary question, do you see a pickup in energy efficiency measures within our new construction or remodels? Are you seeing people thinking about that and asking more questions than they have in the past? With all the incentives and the, the rebates or.
Maybe slightly, but I'm also not on the end of that conversation so much as the building inspectors directly are and our electrical plumbing guys are. But I hear folks ask a couple questions during the pre-construction meetings. But
I just wonder if we could help support those conversations a little bit to, help everybody save energy costs.
In every addition to that, the energy requirements get more stringent with almost every updated code. I'm not seeing it go the other way. So, yeah,
So perhaps looking for a way to make sure that the building inspectors know about energy efficiency and they can suggest things and knowledgeably compare prices and outcomes for people.
we have to be careful as far as making suggestions. We cannot tell people.
But
We can't.
educate, you can educate.
You can to some extent, yes. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to hosting some kind of informational meeting for folks to get information out there. But again, we have to be very careful so that we don't put ourselves in a position of liability. Because I've had some folks push back on stuff like that as though we're going to design the project for them. That's really not a role we can play, or if they are asking for recommendations, we have to be careful to not guide people to specifics.
So maybe educational material being available for people to access those things.
I would imagine there's something out there. I don't have direct access to it. I'd have to do some research on it, but yeah.
I think that would be something important because you do have a little table there. And you could have those pamphlets available for people.
Commissioner Lutner.
The energy saving measures have been mandated. If you look back on how you could build a home, even in the 80s, compared to how you can build a home now, the measures are immense. They've been mandated and they've been forced on the home. So that is what we're seeing. So the cost of a new home construction has risen right along with it. As I said, it's being mandated, every new home now is built with all those standards that even in the 80s, it didn't have to be. It's costly for young families. It's added to the cost of the home, it's added to the cost of the permitting, it's added to the cost then of the taxes because the home now is completely finished where, it didn't used to be you could finish it as you went type thing. So it's there. Additional measures, they're everywhere. Everywhere you look, they're available for you. You can see them everywhere. And the people know, especially the young people building, if they can afford to in this county, know of those. So they're there. It's not like It's hard to find.
Commissioner Roy.
I just wonder who is disliked more, the tax appraiser or the building inspector?
Well, first the building inspector, then the tax.
Yeah,
appraiser.
it probably depends on the day and who's coming first.
It's a tough job. You can't go out there and say, you do this or that because you will get sued.
Yeah.
You can only do what the code says.
Well, Commissioner Lutter's been here a long time, and I've been here for a while, and remember all of the complaints we used to have about building safety and building inspection, and we never hear any anymore.
All before Amber came. Yeah, you did a good job.
Thank you.
Anything else?
There were some wild ones.
Thank you, Amber.
Thank you all.
Well, we're now at the part of our agenda, the first public comment opportunity. We do thank you for coming. We do want to hear from you. According to our board rules, the first public comments would be about items on the agenda. So if you wish to talk about any of the items on the agenda, we would recognize you for 3 minutes, and we would ask you to help us make sure we know which agenda item you're speaking to. Keith.
Keith Ashley, Leland Township. The first item I'd like to comment on is 4B, which is the information technology upgrade. I certainly encourage you to pass that. Sitting 6 feet from the speakers at this table, you cannot hear everything that is said depending on the speaker. So I sure hope that you do that. I notice there are speakers in the ceiling, but they don't work at present time. The other comment I'd like to make is on 8A, which is the scrap tire cleanup grant. I encourage that you certainly apply for that and hope you'll receive it. Just recently, Leelanau Township experienced 40 tires being dumped in the Pruvemont Pond. So that's an expense for them to clean up. These tires were pre-radial tires, so they're quite old. And I suspect maybe a barn was cleaned out or something like that. I would advocate that with some of this grant money or other monies, that perhaps quarterly in the enterprise, a little ad be placed of, coming soon, tire reprocessing, whatever you want to title it. So people know that there is a way to get rid of these tires. You pay a fee when you buy a tire to get rid of it, but the state, I think, gets that money. And that's probably where this $6,000 grant is coming back to. So it's a serious problem, and the grant in the verbiage here under the unusable tires, it's a little confusing. They talk about, you're going to get a semi truck and you have to contract with a processor to take care of these tires, and that tires cannot go into a landfill, whole tires. So I don't know, and they say if you can't get a processor, well, then you can apply for landfill. So I don't know who takes care of that in the county, getting sure that there's a processor, but I certainly advocate doing some advertising to get rid of these things so people know that there is an avenue other than once a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Tim McCauley from Elmwood Township. A few weeks ago, during last month's meeting, public comment, there was an individual who made a comment. I call him Red Shirt Jim. That's how I know him. Made a presentation on the computers and the systems used for our election process. And it was.
Are you speaking to an agenda item?
Yes.
Which agenda?
Technology. Because our computers and stuff that are used have to do with the technology and the systems that they use. So anyway.
That's a stretch, but I'm going to allow it.
Okay, well, my whole purpose is, shortly thereafter, I believe there was a DVD that was delivered to everybody called Let My People Go. And I hope you all watched that because it got in more detailed on how these computers are hacked and how they're manipulated during our elections. And I hope that you've watched it and that you've changed your opinion that the 2020 election was the safest ever, because it wasn't. It was the most corrupt election that we've ever had in history.
Point of order.
I'm done.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I would ask the public that wants to make public comment, and please help us with this. If you're speaking about an item on the agenda that's specific to our future board action on this meeting, we would invite you to talk. If you want to talk generally about the 2020 election or the 2016 election, that would come at the end of this meeting. And I'd like to ask for everybody's support on that. Thank you.
And I'd like to add that just because the word is the same doesn't mean you can introduce that topic. It has to be specific to what this is about.
And bear with us as we try to work through our board rules and do it with respect to you and with respect to the business we have to do. Thank you. Any other public comment related to an item on the agenda? Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna read these questions unless you want me to, but I helped prepare the questions that were handed out to you because.
Could you
I'm sorry. Yeah, my name is Gary Hosky. I'm from Northport.
Thank you.
And look, I'm a grandfather, I'm a dad, I'm all for the kids. I think everyone here is. It's just that we have to be good stewards of the money. There's just not an enormous pot of money that we can spend. I'm sorry, would I make a joke?
No, I find it interesting that people don't bat their eyes at Reed.
I'm
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will stop.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
We'll start the clock.
So I'm, priorities, kids, I think we can all agree on that, but all those questions was getting to facts. Is the money being spent properly? I mean, if you look at what we're doing on a national level, we're outspending what we have and we're going to go bankrupt. And the same discipline needs to be had on this board. I don't appreciate the eye rolling. I don't see how this is crazy. So I'd be happy to read these questions and so they can get into the record because I don't think they're onerous.
You have time to do that.
Okay. How much did the report cost to produce? What company produced the report? Was a bidding process used to select the report's publisher? In the contract reached between the health department and the county, was the production of a year-end report one of the requirements? Who selected families that were interviewed in the report? Did a general request to participate go out to all families served? Who interviewed and wrote the stories? A staff member of the health department or a representative of the company that provided the report? Are the services provided by the health department income-based? Or are they available free of charge to all people of all incomes? Are fees ever required for services such as children attending play groups? The short graph that was in the report listed expenses and it did not list the revenues provided by the millage. How much of that money in the millage expected to generate in 2025 if renewed? Also, how much money produced by the millage was not spent in 2023 and held over in the 2024 budget? Not that difficult.
Thank you, sir. Other public comment on an item on the agenda? Yes, Ms. Dawkins. Sure.
Kathy Dawkins, Leland Township. I'm speaking to the report from Michelle is one of my items, and the other one is 3A about the sheriff's Northwest College thing. Okay, number one, the Michelle's report. Since 1996, there have been a group of people in this county who have worked very hard and consistently to get the money for early childhood services. 0 to 5 is what we wanted to focus on. But as one of our commissioners pointed out, our future is what this is all about. It should not be income-based. It should be family and children-based. I am thrilled that we have finally got a millage to support it, that the majority of the community in Leelanau County are concerned about where this is going to be, where our people are going to be 10 years from now, 20 years from now. So please, let's continue with the millage. The other thing with the Sheriff's Department on the grant program, in 1974, and I don't know, Rookie, what year you went into the academy, but I went into the police academy down for the city of Kalamazoo at Kalamazoo Valley Community College. And we had approximately people from 8 different police departments in the area. And the program was run by the college, yet we were hired by our police departments for 11-week course. And that gave us the benefits, the cost of our tuition, materials, et cetera. I'm thrilled to see that. And then they stopped that. Then they kind of, throughout the years, I don't know when this came into being, Ricky, maybe you know, I'm sure the sheriff knows, but at some point it became incumbent on the person who wanted to be a police officer to put themselves through these schools. And I was sad to see that go away. So I'm thrilled that Sheriff Borkovich has found a program that will pay for this training that our law enforcement need. And since I mean, I was in an 11-week academy. Now we're up to 16 weeks. And it just shows that as the years go on, there is more information. We want our officers to be educated and to do a good job, because law enforcement is very important for our community. Some people just don't want to abide by the rules, and others get hurt because of that. So please, I ask that you vote to sponsor Sheriff Borkovich's program. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Gessinger.
Good morning, Commissioners. Always good to see your smiling faces. I want to comment on the early childhood millage. As a retired kindergarten teacher, the difference between families that get support and families that don't is enormous. You'd be surprised at what kindergartners have to learn by the end of the year. When I retired in 2014, kindergartners had to be able to write a piece with pictures that supported their writing that would be at least 3 pages long about themselves and one about a how-to-do book. It was amazing to me. They had to read what was called a D level. If kindergartners don't have the kind of support from their families, and their families don't have support to know about these expectations, our children fail. And I can tell you, as a kindergarten teacher, you never, ever want to have a child fail. So I really appreciate what Michelle Klein does. And I appreciate what Jamie Kramer's passion brings to the board as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dennis.
Scott Richards, Green Lake Township. I'm talking about building grounds and recommendations. I gave you probably 2 months ago about Cherryland Electric and their solar farm that they have out on 31. I was wondering for the
I'm not sure how this relates to our agenda.
well, you're planning on putting solar panels up, right?
That's not on the agenda, sir. So if you want to speak to.
It's building grounds and recommendations.
And that is only on the brick facade. Thank you. Will you stay?
Sorry.
We'll listen to you at the end.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, yeah.
Jean Peterson, Empire Township. I'd like to speak to the early childhood millage. I was a Navy wife for 26 years, 24 years. I was both a single parent and a member of a 2-parent family at the same time, because for 6 to 9 months out of every year for 10 years, my husband was out to sea. I was very lucky in that I often lived in Navy housing and was surrounded, excuse me, by a community that supported me. I had access to help for my kids. I had access to help for me, and I had families around me who were all in the same boat. My children survived multiple moves, multiple changes in school, multiple losses of friends and finding new friends because they had that community support. Children, whether they are moving constantly like we were, or whether they are always in one place, need that community support, and so do their parents. So I think it's vital that all children, whether they're the Admiral's children or the E3 children, have that sense of community and that sense of support. So I strongly support this millage for the early childhood program. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Yes. Renee?
Good morning. Renee Weiler, Lake Leelanau. I'm a mother of 6 children, 5 of my own and 1 stepchild. And in the 1990s, I ran we had a company, a yogurts company. We started making our own yogurt. We had 5 different locations. I had to juggle a newborn, a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 6-year-old, and a business. And during that time, I witnessed my best friend up in Benton Harbor, Michigan. She was the athletic director for the Y. She had senior programs. She had multiple childhood programs that were just amazing. And what happened is the trustees of the YMCA decided they were going to continue to get grants and fund not her programs, but their luxuries, their car leases, their Mercedes, their BMWs, all their little perks were going to the administrators, and her programs, her best senior program was cut. Her childhood, latchkey program was cut. So when we come in here and tell you, we're going to be looking at every aspect of where our money is being spent for childhood programs, I'm coming from that background. Okay, I needed that help, but I didn't get that help when I was running my business, having any kind of programs at our Y. So when you laugh at Gary Hoskins and his attempt to look at the childhood budget, see how we are being the best stewards of the children's money. We are all here because we are concerned about our children. They can't grow up and live in this community anymore because it's too expensive, because we keep doing, increasing the taxes, and our kids just can't afford to live here. Commissioner Kramer, do you believe that your children will be able to live here?
Objection, please.
Free speech. Okay. So I'm not allowed to talk about free speech. Okay, so stand.
Please, Ms. Weiler.
Okay.
Now you have 30 seconds left.
Okay, I'm going to address the commissioner or the county commissioner administration position, and I want to know why the person who applied from the DOJ, the US DOJ, was not considered in the last hiring.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other public comment for items on the agenda? Bill, the election's not on the agenda.
I have two
Okay.
topics.
If it's on the agenda, come forward, please.
The first one is.
Come forward, please, if it's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda.
Then please step forward. And while Bill's coming, I'm trying to be respectful. It's tough to make it fair for everybody. So please work with it. Thank you. Yes, Bill.
clock is already gone.
Okay. Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township. I wasn't planning on speaking on it, but I just heard it and I didn't mean to walk out, but I forgot something in the car or I would have listened to that. It was an interesting topic with the children. This is a great, great divide on taking care of these kids. You see parents all over the country really upset what's going on in the schools. Youngest of children being taught things just the exact opposite of what.
No, please, the board will call the point of order. Point of order, please.
Just exactly the opposite, of the LGBT, all the equity, all the diversity stuff. And a lot of you feel real strong about it. But that's a great division. So do you see a little problem? And with the youngest kids, the drag queen story hour stuff. Okay? It's crazy. It really is. We should show compassion to them. But see, so we can't trust what's going on. So that's all I'm saying. I don't know exactly what they're teaching in there, but that's the thing. That's the great divide in our society. One's based on biblical standards in the Bible, and one's based on humanistic standards, which are made up by man, and which are doing some things just the opposite of the Bible. The second thing.
This is a stretch on the agenda. Let's speak to the early childhood program that's sponsored by the county and contracted through the health department. Please, if that's your agenda item.
My agenda, it's like we can't trust any of the things that are taught by the public because of all this stuff. It's all over the country. Open our eyes and see it in every article, And the second thing, before I run out of time, is the, what was it called? Safety net. That's about internet security. And everything I've talked about in 2 years, as you've cut the talking time in half and threatened to cut it to 2 minutes at the end too. Everything I've talked about is election security, and that's safety net. And to be stopped on that, everything here applies. You'd probably say, no, point of order. We've got public servants should be serving the public. We're the slaves. We're supposed to be ruled of, for, and by the people, and your public servants serve the public.
Thank you. Point of order. Ms. Dawkins, I think you spoke once. Can you?
I don't think I made three minutes.
I think
No.
you did. I think you did.
Did I make my 3 minutes?
You checking in?
I said, there's no way of.
Okay. Ms. Dawkins, I would ask you to make your point at the end of the meeting, please. Thank you. Any other public comment of anybody that hasn't spoken? Thanks for your patience. We'll get better at this. It's tough, and we do thank you all for coming. We have commissioner comments, and then we're going to take a break, and then we'll go back to our action items. Yes, Commissioner Russ?
Yeah, thank you. I volunteer for parenting communities once a month. I go to Leland at the Children's Center, and I get to interact with the parents and the kids. And then we have dinner together, a nice nutritious meal. And then the parents kind of go into a room with some professionals, dietary, nurse, everything. All these different disciplines are represented in the room. And these parents get to talk as adults about their struggles and challenges and the opportunities for them, while I get the privilege of childcare for their young kids. Last night we were outside. It was gorgeous, and the kids were wonderful. It was just a heartwarming activity. Mr. Wisner or anyone in the audience, I believe the health department would welcome volunteers. You have to go through a screening process, just like I had to make sure that our children and families are safe. But if you want to know what happens in parenting communities, volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioner comment? Commissioner Lautner?
I have one. I did not support the change to the public comment policy. And I can tell you, I don't like this policy. Today is any example of not only are we going to try to stifle our public comment, now we are censoring our public comment and picking apart free speech to determine whether we believe it fits with an agenda item. And my point is simply, I don't like it.
Other commissioner comments? I have one, and it's always a balancing act. We have a lot of business to do as well as listen to the public, and our job is to balance that. And the change in our rules was an attempt to try to do that. We ought to continue to review it and see if we're all comfortable with how we're doing it. But let's give it a shot. Yes, Commissioner Ogard.
I concur, we have business to do. Our job is to conduct the business of the county. We need to get to that during our meetings. And I appreciate if people will honor the guidelines we have set. We have people from our staff who come and wait. That is costing their time when they could be working. It's costing us hourly wages. We have people, we have Mr. Mullane from the Road Commission, who I'm sure would like to get back to work and do the work of the Road Commission. We have staff people. So I appreciate your respect on our need to get to our business.
Any other commissioner comment? Let's take a 5-minute break, 6-minute break, and we'll come back for action item 1.
10.
10.
There are some snacks.
You got to see people wipe your emotions on.
You, this is what I'll do with it. That's what I'll do.
I understand right now, and you probably could
Or
have.
just as a thought, I could be alone in my room today and that would be where I could sleep.
You could use the word childhood development.
What'd you say? Again. He said it, Jamie. I know. It would be.
Okay. All right. Oh my
I'm really grumpy today. Thank
Yeah, that
Big old. What are we doing?
We are missing one commissioner. Our 5 minutes always does seem to extend a little bit longer.
There's always one person that's late too.
And it's usually me.
Okay, we are back in order, and thanks for everybody for sticking with us. We now are on our agenda for action item number 1, the road commission millage approval resolution. Brendan, you want to come forward again? We're looking at page 14 of our book.
Sure. Well, appreciate you having us here, of course, and always appreciate the millage, and hopefully, as the presentation showed, that millage, which has been renewed since 1986, is actually a huge deal. So I don't want to sound flippant about it. It's been a massive benefit, in my opinion, not just selfishly as the one who is in charge of road commission's operations, but also as a resident. My family uses it. Just one other pitch, I suppose, is that even if you don't live here in the winter, it's not always about extra plowing. However, that is for emergency vehicles and everybody else, for delivery vehicles. Then, of course, the additional maintenance in the summer. It's something that we take very seriously at the road commission, to use that money as best and most efficiently as possible. And that's my speech. Thanks for the time.
Yes, Ms. Rush.
I just had a question, because the name of it is Roads and Highways Maintenance and Repair. Is there a formal division of percentage which goes to maintenance and what goes to repair?
So, no, it's a very good question. It technically goes into the general fund. We don't actually necessarily just take that millage money and it gets lined out, but in the couple of pie charts you saw in the report, it effectively, it goes in and bolsters everything. What we end up doing with that, and the practice of that, is it justifies essentially weekends, around the clock plowing. So if it snows on weekends, we're calling people out. We have our night guys on. Some of that's funded by the state contract, but most of that ends up being funded by the millage as well. So focus that on making sure we can plow when we need to, every time it snows, and we hit every side street every day unless you only got an inch or so. And then we effectively put the rest of that into the chip seal program. We don't actually take that money and separate it out, but that's the approach.
Commissioner Rushroom.
Move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the Leelanau County resolution drafted by the Leelanau County Road Commission to approve the Leelanau County Road Commission request. There's a lot of Leelanau County Road Commission.
It's LCRC.
Maintenance, repair, millage, renewal proposal to be placed on August 2024 primary ballot as presented. The Leelanau County Board of Road Commission.
I didn't write the first one.
Is there a second to that? Support. Any discussion? There is a resolution in our board book that will go to next week's meeting, but we'll take a verbal vote today. All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stop light out down there.
Thank you.
Now we have Michelle Klein back. And again, Michelle has prepared a budget, proposed budget, and we are going to look at that budget today. And then Kathy and the finance department will work with Andrew and come back with a millage rate identified based on the budget we approved, if that's appropriate. So Michelle?
Sure. So I didn't bring a copy of what I sent you, but so we're looking at, we would approach this as we have in the past, where every year we give you all a budget and you can, set the millage rate based on what our actual needs are. But our budget for this next year was $670,000, I believe. And then so anticipating, if I have my dates right, and I believe, Debbie, you can correct me, but I believe our current millage covers us through 2025. So this is 2026 through 2030. And so, we want to ensure that there's enough funding for us to continue to grow and to, be responsive to increased costs over the next however many years, 7 years. So are there any questions about the budget? I know we've talked in detail about
Yes,
that before.
And I don't know if that's something that Kathy's gonna get, maybe it's been presented, I haven't seen it, like fund balance from previous years forward and that type of, is that?
That I don't have because you guys, oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, you're talking to her. Sorry, you were like, I have no
Oh,
idea.
really? Sorry.
I'm just I'm gonna catch up just a little bit here. The current millage you have is not up for renewal. It's got 2 more years on it, correct?
It is up for renewal
It
this
is,
year.
okay.
Yes, but it's a late, I believe it was collecting, the collection at the end of the year covers, if I'm understanding it passes this year, the collection is at the end of 25 to cover 26, but I could be wrong. That's not
I'm
my,
not sure, but maybe the voting again is gonna happen in 2 more years. We just set the rate.
No, this
No, the
is,
voting
this is a
is
millage
this year.
renewal.
Oh, this is.
So this will
Yeah.
go to our residents to
Okay.
approve a millage.
Okay.
And then as each year, we allocate how much up to that amount we,
So
yeah.
the last one was for like 5 years or something, and so this is a renewal of that 5-year, right? Okay.
correct, yeah.
Okay, so where you're at right now is very similar to the road commission. You're asking to be placed on the ballot in August to renew, and typically the wordage is very similar to the last request. We could look at those figures for next week, but a renewal is typical. And then in September, and with the passage of that millage request, you as a board will decide how much you want to levy. And it's always worded up to.
Okay.
So last year, your levy was 0.1861 on an approved millage rate of 0.2488. So you are, I believe at this point, you're considering allowing this to go to the voters in August, and then with the passage of that, then you will levy.
So if I may, just adding to that, I believe that what we were focusing on was the budget that the Leelanau District Health Department had, which was stated in a letter that's in your packet on page 17, that states that for 2024, the budget is $671,488. And I believe there was the information that was provided on the millage schedule from our equalization director. So those 2 factors, what the budget is and what the equalization rate is, and looking at where that falls in, will identify what that percentage number is for the board to consider. And then I believe there would also have to be a resolution that would be created, and I believe the clerk was willing to help to do that.
And typically, we don't always collect the total amount of that, what's allocated, but we ask for enough to take future needs into account. Commissioner Lautner?
Yeah, so what we've got is, as Ty said, what we're going to do is to look at the budget, set the millage rate to an amount that will cover that budget. That millage rate obviously will then next year bring in an additional 5%. We already know that. Yeah, and if the rate, the economy is going, no doubt will bring in additional at least 5% a years after that. But that's the way we will set it. That increase alone in Leelanau County will cover it.
Commissioner Hogan?
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the Leelanau District Health Department request to approve early child millage services millage renewal proposal to be placed on the August 2024 primary ballot.
Second.
Just to be clear, we would have a resolution then next week with the language in there that we would have.
Have the amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just.
And Andrew's gonna come up with it.
Commissioner Rexroth? I mean, O'Rourke?
Oh, now I'm insulted. I guess the things that really stands out, what bothers me is the financial information and the graph that 3/4, 75% of the budget is for salaries and wage benefits. Wow, I would like to see a better pie, okay? I mean,
Well, can I share? I would think most businesses, that's the case. We can't provide services without the people to provide those services. Those are, our home visitors, and they're the ones that plan all the events and produce the newsletters.
Well, that's under salaries and supplies right here. It's 75% of your breakdown is wages and fringe benefits. Supplies is, 33,000.
So supplies would be purchase the paper and the printing, whereas the staff time is paying for the creation of newsletters. That the staff are the ones that are preparing for the events and purchasing the supplies and doing the home visits and connecting with the families. They're the ones doing the work. So, yeah, I'm sorry.
When I read that, I stopped for a second, and then I remembered that what you are giving our children is human connection and support, and that is people. So what this program does is provide experts and caring people, social workers to work with families that are struggling. Nurses, you have
Nurses, dietitian, yeah.
Okay, nurses, so it is a people program, that's what it is, and that's why that is that much of a budget.
That's well put.
What children
You're right.
need is human contact and love. And that's
I
what people
love
give.
you too. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very
And
much.
that's what people do.
Commissioner Kramer.
But that's right, we're not providing stuff. We're providing support, not
Commissioner
things.
Kramer.
Hug it out, guys, let's hug it out. I just wanted to kind of add to what Gwen was already saying. This is, I don't feel like this is outside the norm for any other nonprofit. Usually you're more, especially a service-based nonprofit, where that's what you're doing, is you're investing in people to take care of people. And so that doesn't fall outside of the normal range, I think, at all. Yeah, that's all I was gonna say.
Any other commissioner comments? We have a motion. Would you read the motion again, Jim?
Louise is not the road commissioner. The motion she read is, I recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the Benzie Leelanau District Health Department request to approve early childhood service millage renewal proposal to be placed on the August 4th, 2024 primary ballot. But that will be changed to read for your Tuesday night, to approve a resolution for the early childhood services millage.
All those in support of today's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you very much, Michelle. We're now to item 3. We have the sheriff and the undersheriff here and the jail administrator. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. Good afternoon, Mike Borkovich, Jim Kiesel. So we have two-part request today. The first, you want to talk about the NMC program, which is actually an MCOLS program, Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Officer Standards. We talked last month, about how it's hard to get people to go into law enforcement now. MCOLS has provided grants to pay for people who can't afford college to basically get a scholarship to go to police academy is the simple way to put this. There are obligations of the county that while they're in the academy, though it's paid for, and it's about a $10,000 to $12,000 academy experience, while it's paid for by MCOLS, this county would have to commit to hiring that person based on their successful completion of the academy, and this county would have to pay them during the academy. They would be an employee. So basically, you would be temporarily hiring somebody that you're going to fully hire later in the year. Now, since last month, we have had people apply. We had quite a bit of good media coverage about the lack of interest. And we had 2 interviews yesterday. We have 2 more tomorrow. We may fill up, but what I would like the board to entertain is if we in the future need to do this, would the board allow that? Where we're getting basically a person who may not be able to afford college an opportunity to compete with someone who can. So I think it's fair. It's a temporary grant. I've been aware of it for 2 years. I spoke with Gail Karowski, the director of NMC's Academy, at great length about the obligations for this. And I haven't come to you with this before in the past 2 years, much to her dismay, because we haven't needed it. We've had 8 to 10 candidates usually, and you talk to people and, you know, they're ex-police from another agency or military. So we had good candidates, but now we're getting thin. So basically looking for the board support that we utilize this program.
There's a proposed motion in the board packet. Commissioner Unger?
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners allow the Sheriff's Office to develop and implement a sponsored employee recruit program in conjunction with the Human Resources Director at Northwestern Community College to sponsor and employ individuals for law enforcement employment.
Support.
Any questions? Yes.
Sounds like a great program. It does sound great and I do support it, but I just had a question. Is there any data on how many people that go through the program don't pass or?
I don't think you know how good a question that is. In talking with other sheriffs, and we have our MSA meeting this week on Thursday, a lot of them have put people through the academy and they're on for a little while and they get out. We have some very good cases, but I would say a third to a half aren't making it. It sounds good, it's free, it sounds good, but you know, law enforcement and military, a very specific thing. You have a calling for it, and everyone doesn't have that. So some of the people are looking at, wow, free college, free academy, I can be this or that. And honestly, that's a very, very good question. It's one of the concerns many of us sheriffs and police chiefs have. So in light of the number of people going through the academy who are sponsored, they're running like 18 or 20 through the academy in both fall and winter academies. And when they do that, I would say 3/4 of them, if not 80 or 90%, are sponsored. So we're basically Traverse City sponsoring them, Grand Traverse County, Benzie County, Antrim County, Kalkaska County. They are sponsoring people in the academy, meaning they're grabbing the best recruits out of the academy. So at the end, we don't have as many to pick from, if at all.
So to follow up on that, though, there is something in the contract that they sign that they have to pay back if they don't meet those standards or fail the course, right? And how does that work? Do you have to actually?
You want to cover that part? Sure.
So it's all covered. I mean, when the grant money came out through the state, it's all covered under statute. So if we sponsor these employed recruits, we get paid the money up front. Then we're responsible for paying the college, paying the wages, paying those things. If they quit or take another job while in training, we are responsible to return the unused funds. Once they're through the academy and they're fully hired on, they have to stay for, it's essentially a 4-year commitment to be fully free and clear. But that's only free and clear if they leave employment within 4 years, if they go to another law enforcement licensed job. It's 100% in the first year, 75% second year, 50, 25, back to the agency. If they leave a law enforcement job to go cut trees for the road commission, 0 is owed. So there is some risk to, you know, the state. And when it first came out in 2022, there was $30 million awarded, which worked out to about 1,250 of these scholarships. As of the first part of March, it was down to about 10 million left. So, I mean, people have taken advantage. Grand Traverse, the success rate, they recently, well, they put through 4, and I think 2 of the 4 have stayed. 2 of the 4 have left, both leaving for careers outside of law enforcement. So.
And it's primarily due to pay because we've interviewed some of these people have left, like, what's up? Don't you like this? And they're like, I work for the pipeline company, make more money, or they'll have something there. So thank you for explaining that. We just didn't have this need in the past. And I think if you approve this, if these interviews that we're doing this week don't work out, if we can't get people, I think that would help us initiate getting someone in. Do we have a gentleman that's been in the Marine Corps 8 years? Very interested in it. He lives right in Traverse City, wants to do it. We have one that's been in Navy, United States Navy, in military police for 8 years. Very interested in it. And we have a female in England who is from here, and she's playing professional soccer. She's coming here in May to work as a Marine deputy for us. And those 3 would be people that would be in that pool. I don't know after this hiring process, if we can get some of these candidates through now, if we'll need 1 or 2, hard to say, but probably 1 to 2 positions, what we would be looking at. But again, we'd reapproach board. We just want to go forward with the process with your permission.
Commissioner Ware.
It's nice because maybe we can get somebody that already lives in Leelanau County, because you really can't afford to live here on deputy's wages. You cannot. I mean, you start looking at how much you make and the price of homes and stuff, so maybe we can get lucky and get some Leelanau families who know the area, know the people. And, you know, years ago, the sheriff's department would put you through the academy. And when I got in the Marine Corps as a disabled veteran, nobody wanted me. So I borrowed money and sent myself through police school. There was like 2 of us out of 30 that were self-funded, but yeah, if we could do this, it could be great.
When I was hired by the state to be a conservation officer, or my federal employment, either one, the minute they hire you, they pay you. And whereas these students who want to go into this have to chance that academy, do the college and pay it up front. So I think it's a fair program. I do believe that though it's been cut from 30 down to about 10 or 12 million now, I do believe they'll renew it because we're hurting statewide and nationwide for police officers. So I think it's maybe the wave of the future.
Yes.
Call the question.
No, I don't think you can, because I haven't had an opportunity. I had my hand up.
I didn't see you had it up there.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I have concerns. On the surface, I really like the idea of the program. I really 100% agree with Rookie that I would love to see young men and women from our county apply for this. So there is obligations, obviously financially. So what we're saying is, yeah, if you want to be a future employee of Leelanau County, we'll pay you the cost of wages, which are $22.38 an hour, benefits and travel. But this is just for road patrol deputies.
Correct.
So, and I know that this is a grant, but that's just covering the school portion, which we have an education program here at the county as well. So we're having a problem finding dispatchers. So I'm a little worried about the Pandora's box. What other departments are going to want something similar if we're going to start paying to train employees that we got to come here, that are going to come here? So that's one of my concerns. I just want to make sure we cover it. The next thing would be, of course, returning the grant monies, but I would expect that if we receive the unused portion, so we would be receiving the 10,000 for the schooling, and then we pay the school itself.
24,000 is each grant. That will cover
The whole 24,000.
we get the 24,000 upfront. That covers the school and leaves about 14,000 for wages and benefits.
See, it pays for a lot of the wages as well with that grant.
So do we receive the $24,000 upfront?
Yes.
Okay, put it in a special fund.
Correct.
It spends out, and then what's unused, we have to.
Correct. Now, to further answer your question,
Yeah,
will the 24,000 cover everything? No, there will still be slightly over, but to speak to dispatchers, we hire a dispatcher off the street and we train them. We hire a corrections officer off the street, we already trained them. We cannot do that with police officers. They have to be licensable or licensed prior to us hiring them.
okay. Spoke to my education. So also, the 4-year commitment. We've paid, as I said, we have an education program and we paid that. But we've never insisted on them remaining here for the 4 years because there may be an issue with that deputy that, you know.
They may not make it through the FTO
Well,
process.
they may not make it, and
Yeah,
they
it's
may be a
possible.
year down the road and you say, this is just, I've got too many complaints, it's now a good deputy, and you don't want to keep them. What happens, is that the percentage?
We're not obligated to pay back the 24,000 at that point. The
And we
repay-
don't have to keep them either.
No, it's only, the repayment is on them if they voluntarily leave.
And what, in there, it's not if they're removed,
Correct,
let go, okay.
correct.
And then, good, okay, so, we can get the answers hopefully before next week on some of those things. You've already got letters of understanding?
I have one, I've verbally spoken to the union. I have one drafted. It has not gone anywhere beyond my desk other than a draft form. Because if this wasn't approved today, it was all for naught. But I am prepared to go to the unions next and at least start that negotiation between the county, the union and the sheriff, yes.
So you're creating a new position, basically.
A new classification.
New classification,
Well.
which makes it
exactly.
difficult with
So,
unions.
That's where we need to start. That's where it needs to start. I think even this letter of understanding is perhaps premature. I think we've got some discussing to do.
See, and I think one thing to remember is these, as much as it's a new classification, these aren't new bodies. We are currently 2 positions short that we are budgeted for. So we would be hiring somebody to put through the school in a pre-budgeted position at a lesser rate than we're actually budgeted for. So I understand your concerns, but I mean, it's a three-headed party, the county, the sheriff and the union as co-employers, the contracts with the classification in this pay rate. It's something that's going to have to be discussed at some point. But unless we have approval to even do the program, there's no need.
And this has manifested itself. We've all seen the articles in the paper. We spoke earlier about young people and we want our families to be able to live here. The pay is not enough to get people to live in this county, to move here, and a deputy's wages, they're not gonna be able to move here. So this may, if we can work into a pay raise for the general classification of the law enforcement and the corrections deputies who are going through the same thing. We're gonna lose 5 corrections deputies in about the next year and 2 months. 1 leaves this fall. These are senior NCO type people. These are people who mentor and train everybody else. And they're hurting even worse than the road. So there's going to be a point where if the pay can go up some, then it's going to be, it'll attract more candidates. We have a 10-mile zone. You can live outside the county. So that basically goes almost to Acme down, past Cedar Run, a few miles. You have a 10-mile zone outside of Leelanau, with the exception of going across the water. We don't count that to Mission Point, but a 10-mile zone, which makes housing more affordable. However, it is still very hard because Grand Traverse County is the 2nd most expensive place to live. And when the average home sold here last year was 823 or 850,000, somewhere in that range, and the values are up near $500,000 on these homes, you're just not going to get young people being able to afford to live here. So that would then, I think, help where we would, in the past, we didn't have to go out and recruit people. They wanted to come here. So.
Thank you. I think we're ready to vote. Commissioner Leonard?
Yes, so I would amend this motion to move this forward to Tuesday night.
Do I hear a second for that? No second? Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
This should go to the union first. Your next opportunity for sending somebody to training is August. So we have some time.
So we got some work to do between now and next
Yes, we
Tuesday.
do. So can we move it forward and start that
That's what
process?
we're really doing by voting on this motion, moving it forward and tentatively approving it. So I don't think it negates your concern. Anybody want to second the amendment? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved 6-1. I want to remind us all that we have Mr. Janik here and we have a closed session. And so we need to, we can't make hasty decisions, but we need to be as conscious of our time restraints as possible. Yes, we have the jail administrator joining us.
Item 2 is going to regarding a restraint chair. Lieutenant Roush can explain the details of that. But I will say that in the past 30 days, we've had 5 or 6 inmates that should be classified in some type of a mental institution or drug rehab center or something. We basically, as the sheriffs have expressed across statewide, are the new mental health agency. And it's very, very hard on our employees. It's very hard on the other inmates who are not going through all these withdrawals and all this mental health crisis. So we've had to use our restraint chair multiple times and we're basically short of chairs. So Lieutenant, if you would explain that.
Excuse me, I'm ready to make a motion. I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the Sheriff's Office to apply for the RAP grant through MMRMA reimbursement of the recently purchased safety restraining chair.
Support.
Any discussion? Commissioner Lauder?
How many restraint chairs do you have?
We have one now. This would be a second one.
This is the second one, so there's been, as you're saying,
Actually, we've
there's
already
been
got
times, I'm sorry.
We've already got this. The second one came a week or two ago. This is reimbursement.
The RAP grant.
Right,
Yeah.
partial, up to 50%.
Is it in
No,
post-
just
is it in post audit?
Mm-hmm.
It was in post audit. It was approved by Deb as an emergency purchase.
Okay.
So we're asking to get half the money back we paid for the bed. It's kind of a good one.
So, obviously you said you've had times you've had to use both.
Typically,
Chairs.
we've had one chair for 19 years.
Mhm.
Typically, if we have to use that chair 5 times a year, that's a lot. As the sheriff spoke to, we've used the one that we had 4 times in a month. And our concern is that with some of the inmates we have, if we need to use the chair and someone is in the chair and we have someone else who has a need to go into a chair, we don't have a second one. So.
In addition, the ongoing training for the use of those chairs.
Annually.
Annually.
They're right up to spec with their training, and Lieutenant Roush is one of the best jail administrators, if not the best in the state of Michigan. He runs a tight ship there. His employees are outstanding. Those corrections deputies, again, I refer to senior NCOs, senior people are outstanding. And they know they're treating people politely and correctly in there, but some unfortunately have to be strapped down a chair because they're out of control.
I mean, just, and I appreciate that, and that's my concern is for our corrections officers, because the climate anymore is not on the favor.
It's changed.
Not on the side of our officers when it comes to those things.
We
And
train annually with it, and our policy is written based off of MMRMA's model policy specifically for this restraint chair.
that's what you're doing. Thank you.
I don't really think any additional comment is necessary. I will just say that I did specifically ask to pass the MT, is this necessary? And for the safety of our crew, or safety of our staff.
Can we vote?
The inmates as well.
We have a motion on the floor. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
We have Greg here and he's waiting on safety net and yeah. We're looking now at page 21 of our board packet.
Hello.
Hello.
As you know, we brought last month that Safety Net is proposing some monthly increases. And I just wanted to state that Leelanau County has a contract with Safety Net that's valid through March of 2027. Part of that contract actually states that the agreement will be reviewed quarterly to determine the need to increase or decrease the monthly fee based on the changes to the subscription form. We have had increases on our subscription form. Some of those are increased network devices, increased computers, servers, and the usage of all the security tools that Safety Net provides. So I think these increases are justified, and I recommend that we honor our contract that we currently have.
Commissioner Rushrow, and then Commissioner.
I would make a motion so that we can discuss it. That's first step. So I move to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the contract amendment to Safety Net to include an additional monthly cost of $2,200 with funds that come from data processing fund 636. I don't think that motion has an end date on it.
Support.
Do we need to have an end date? Because where is that contained in the?
I believe it's contained in your contract.
Is that close enough? Okay, then can I comment on that? What I will not support is a retroactive pay increase. Whether or not that contract allows for review, that review becomes notice and reasonable accommodation to provide for that. So it's completely unreasonable in my mind to come and say, hey, I took a look in September and you really owe us $2,200 for the last 9 months. So the part moving forward, I would support, but I cannot support a retroactive pay increase that we're notified in January, February. for previous months.
When?
I was just supporting, but point well taken. I do think it would have to go back for last month because they did bring this forward last month.
Yeah, whatever date we were notified makes sense to me, but the date we were notified.
So a part of your motion is to approve it from last month forward.
Correct.
You got that, Jen?
Well, I think Leanna wants probably to speak to that because you were notified, but you asked for clarification.
Yes,
So
so we
that's
were
why-
notified December, should take effect
You were
December.
notified in December, it just wasn't brought to you, to the board, because she asked for more clarification, so you do actually owe back to December. You were notified, the IT director or the administrator and IT technician were notified that this increase.
December 1, December 31. January 1?
Technically, I would say December 1,
So we were notified in November then,
the end of November. And I had asked for clarifications.
and in accordance with all the terms of the contract as reviewed by our attorney.
Has been reviewed by
As this part in particular.
I'm hearing a little bit of confusion on what the motion is. Could we restate the motion then?
I think we know the intent. You probably
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
it for Tuesday night.
So retroactive to December 1.
Retroactive, is that your intent?
It's not going to be my intent and my vote, but that will be the motion, so. Because apparently it's unchangeable, so.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Lautner?
Concerns. So if that's quarterly, are the new increases going to be only on increased devices? Or if we take the device off, it'll lower?
We take a look at it and look at variances. So we don't always adjust every month because we realize there's some flexibility quarterly. But we realize there's some movement always with equipment where you'll take it down and up. So it's only when it's significant do we make that.
Only when it's significant.
Yeah, because the problem is in any environment, you're removing a computer, you can remove one computer, you can add another switch, maybe remove a switch. So if you take a look, it's been over time that this is accumulated. So it's not, otherwise we'd be coming back every quarter,
Commissioners?
Yeah.
Commissioner Rush?
Yeah, I'd just like to maybe offer that maybe when you get a quarterly review, that information comes to us very quickly. So we set that in our plan for the coming year, because we must know when those reviews take place, correct?
yes, I meet quarterly with Liana and Deb.
So because I imagine you're gonna have another increase, just bet on it.
Well, I would mention that we didn't have any increases during 2023.
Okay, that's great, but to make sure that we're well aware, can we schedule that in our, see what?
Question for Greg. You've heard some concern. Are you willing to make any concessions or suggestions?
I understand Commissioner Rexroth's comment about, making it effective. I could support doing a January 1st to there, so.
Doug, you had something you want to say?
I was gonna ask when the last time this service was out for competitive bids.
2019, I believe.
I thought it might be 20, but maybe. But yeah.
I think that was when the original contract was signed.
Commissioner,
Prior to this, we were under the understanding that we were going to need less services from you, is that correct?
Yes, we do, in an amendment that you guys had approved previously, there was a technician that came out twice a month. That's been reduced to one, and so that was taken into account in the calculation.
Did that have any effect on you looking at the rates and raising them?
No, that had no effect.
And did you do that equally to all your people that you service?
Yes, when we meet with each of our clients, we have a quarterly meeting scheduled, and that's part of the review. The review when we meet with each customer is taking a look at the terms of the contract and where they are. So each customer, yes. So in some cases, we have actually reduced the contract because customers have reduced.
Leanna is our tech, and I think she does an excellent job. You have any problems at all there?
No, she does a great job. You know, Liana is the face of IT here. If you take a look at the contract, we're in the background. So if you don't hear anything, that means that we're really doing our job because, you know, you haven't had any network infiltrations. One of the other things that you get with the benefit of the contract is when Liana can take a vacation or a day off, we're there. We're there to support. So your users can actually call our help desk so that Liana is able to take a break. So that's part of the contract as well.
I'm just gonna be real brief and just say, you know, it was not that many years ago that Leelanau County did have an attack, a cyber attack. And it was very disruptive to the county. And that's one of the reasons why they went with safety net, so that they could make sure that we are exceeding all of the necessary expectations and safety requirements. So we have very unique requirements here from the standpoint of the issues over at the sheriff's office and CIA and, you know, just really high level levels of security that have to be maintained. So while I understand the bid process, sometimes there are such unique situations, such as I would say this, that it behooves us to continue the relationship with a well-performing partner. And after reviewing and going into a deep dive on a lot of the expenses and a lot of the rationale why these increases, the additional server, the additional services, that's the justification to move forward and the recommendation from our IT director.
Okay, so we have a motion, and I think the motion is retroactive to January 1.
So I was gonna add, if that was all right with you, with Commissioner Rexroth and Al Guyer, that after from data processing fund 636 to be effective January 1, 2024.
Sure.
Okay.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0.
I'll just say, be very careful about asking for discounts again, because asking for a discount netted us a $2,200 a month increase, so lesson learned.
The
Timing was very strange, but
Okay, we now have
Thank you.
the sound system. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
So what you.
Audio upgrade.
This is the recommendation at this point. We've gone through several quotes and several discussions I've had with BIS Digital. The recommendation is to replace all of the microphones up here. So there'll be 9 microphones, 6 speakers out in the gallery area, and replace the amplifier and the labor and materials to make that all happen.
If I can add to that too, we did have a detailed conversation with the clerk to discuss what were some of the concerns specifically that she had or that she has heard from people calling in and saying they had hearing issues. So I think this, again, is the best approach that we have to address the issues that have been brought before the board probably for at least the last year and a half that I've been here.
Thank you. There is a suggested motion on page 25. Anybody? Yes, Commissioner Russ.
I move to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the BIS digital quote to replace the 9 microphones on the commissioner's tables, install additional speakers, and replace the amplifier.
support.
Any further discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now are with Matt, Emergency Management. Hi, Matt.
Hi. Got a few more plans for you today. Seems the plans have been my life lately, but as I outlined in my EDS, our current 911 service plan was established in 2001. And that was before my previous director was in place. So On paper, it looks like, yes, yes. So Dick was in place when this original plan was enacted. And on paper, it may look like we take 911 calls through telegraph and all that good stuff. So it was time for us to, I guess, improve the way that we look on paper and to accurately reflect how we operate as a 911 center. And this was taken to the 911 advisory committee, and they have vetted it and supported it for board approval.
Yeah, my computer had frozen up, so I haven't had an opportunity to read entirely through the entirety, all the entirety of everything. But I was thinking about your, and I don't know if this is in here yet, which is why I said, I will ask the question though. You're having a problem maintaining dispatchers, and I know that that's a problem all over. We set in place a few years ago the ability for Grand Traverse County to answer our 911 calls and dispatch. Have you considered a block of time during our quietest part of the day, part of the 24-hour period, to perhaps transfer out calls?
That would open up a lot of different problems for us. Being the primary answering point for the county, once we start transferring, we no longer become primary. So we would lose funding from the state and training funds from the state when we do that.
But right now, you yourself are you still covering shifts?
We are not. We are at a minimum staffing level where Kelly and I do not have to fill shifts.
Anymore.
Right.
Okay, so as long as you can hang on, we're okay.
Yes.
But at some point, and what is so you've got state funds we don't want to lose. Obviously, unless the ability to close down 911 for a 6 hours period is more savings than state funds. And I don't know how all that works, but I imagine, smart guy that you're working through all those things.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as paying two people to be on duty for those 6 hours, let's just say that. Not only that, but then our 911 surcharge would come into effect, whether now that's all board approved. So there wouldn't be anything as far as the general public would be able to say about that other than your reelection. But right now I see that the cost would be more substantial if we were to push the transfer button.
Okay, yeah, we'll look at that. Well, I know right presently, a lot of 911 calls down on the border are answered by Grand Traverse or Benzee, kind of depending.
And they're trying to get better at that, but they'll never get all of them to come to the right spot. So we do have plans in place. Oh, you're fine. We do have plans in place how we transfer in between centers. So
yes, you do.
it's pretty seamless when that happens.
Good, thank you.
Commissioner Ross.
I trust this document is great, but since we don't know what the old one looked like, anything major that you just want to point out to us that it was updated that we should be aware of?
Well, none of it addressed our next gen 911 capabilities. So GPS locating of calls, cellular was not really addressed in 2001. I mean, there was some of it, but right now 85% of our calls come from cellular as opposed to landline. So that has really changed since the original plan was in place. A lot of those other technologies have come into play and are now reflected in this new plan, texting, videos, and how we communicate with responders in the field as far as the radio is concerned. We've changed different radio systems since then. We no longer operate on a VHF radio. We have the 800 megahertz where we can communicate statewide if we need to. So there's a lot more capabilities that we reflected in this plan, and we're not there.
It is a resolution, but today we need a motion. Commissioner Restaurant?
Move to recommend to approve the Leelanau County E911 service plan and to approve the Leelanau County E911 service plan adoption resolution as presented.
Or any further discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. 911 advisory board?
Yes. So the advisory board is also operating on bylaws that were rather old. And in reviewing some of the, the plans that we have in place right now, it behooved us to go through the bylaws and make any adjustments to those as well. They were very minor that we had to do with this plan, but we were able to bring it up to a current year and acceptable renew level. So it has been discussed and vetted by the 911 committee and brought to the board for approval.
Looking for a motion to approve those bylaws?
There is not one in your packet, just so you know, so you have to go freestyle. Go dog go.
Yes, Commissioner Short.
I would move to approve the Leelanau County 911 Advisory Board bylaws as updated and presented.
Sounds good.
Any discussion? All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Leelanau Township Tower discussion.
All right, I did want to have a little discussion on today's meeting so that we can kind of all come up to speed on what's going on at the Leelanau Township Tower. I'm hoping to have some solutions for you, hopefully by next week. That way, if we do have a discussion item on today's agenda, we can act on it next week. However, the driveway has become an issue. We had to go out for an engineering study in order to have the road commission do the work. They do have an engineer on staff, but they requested us to go out and have that work done, and we did. We were able to get that work back, present it to the road commission throughout the entire process. They weren't able to fit it into their construction schedule in the fall. So, and as spring got closer and closer and our winter didn't really happen, maybe once or twice here and there, the project became rather large for the road commission to take on. So I have been trying to go out to other vendors in order to see what that would look like. I've got bids from 3 other vendors that could do the work. They are substantially higher than what we have in our budget right now. So the cheapest bid that I received was over $92,000. I am pursuing other options in order to have a workable solution for the board. One of the possibilities I approached was Verizon to take on this project in exchange for free rent on the tower. I've not heard an answer from them yet. But another workable solution may be with the tower vendor themselves taking on the driveway construction. They would be willing to spread the payments out for the board over a longer time period. So that may be a little bit more agreeable. I don't have the terms of that, so I don't want to speak to it directly. But if I can get something that works, I will definitely bring it to your attention next week. But this has been a pain of our existence.
Could we have a motion to move it forward to next week and ask you to come back next week?
Absolutely.
Support.
Scott, yes?
Not on that motion specifically, but the issue. So is Leelanau Township still on board and working very well with you on all of this? Are they stepping up or?
We were able to get through the negotiations with the 3rd township supervisor that was in place since the negotiations began. So we do have that agreement. They have again passed through the township board unanimously again. So we should have that agreement ink on the paper, and we just need to submit an invoice to them to pay so that they can submit that payment to us. So that is almost behind us. But the driveway has been fun.
How is second or third year, how is all this booked on our books?
The tower, currently it's a construction in progress because in 23, we paid the down payment for the tower to Midway Electronics. We also covered the cost of the engineering design by Machine for the driveway. That was paid for. So that was well over $200,000.
And we paid.
And we this intergovernmental agreement with Leelanau Township is what Matt is referring to,
Yes.
and that's the $100,000 contribution from them. That contract should come before you to see soon, I would think.
Yeah, as soon as we get it.
And Cherryland has come forward with their contribution. That was already, we were able to gather that up last year. So we have the balance to pay Midway on that contract for the tower. Now the road construction is up.
A big amount, so who's going to cover that?
I think Matt addressed that in his comments, that he's looking at
Yeah, we're
different
looking-
options.
As best I could.
Right, I understand. I'm trying to find options that the board will be able to work with. So if Verizon can take on that project, that'd be great.
Okay, okay.
If Midway can build that driveway and spread the payments over a longer period of time, that may be more acceptable as well.
So we have a motion to move forward. All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion approved, 7-0.
Now, one more.
Yes.
One more quick question. Our tower out here, is the vendor expected to, I know you know who I'm talking about, expected to come on to this tower?
There has been a hiccup with that because Suttons Bay Township Planning Commission has allowed Verizon to build another tower on Bailey Road. So they're going against their
On
zoning
which road?
on Bailey Road.
So, it was my understanding, because I talked to somebody from the FCC or whatever, and they had said that they don't allow additional towers to be built until the tower's available or saturated, so that we're not inundated with towers all over our county. So how then would they be allowed to go to one?
I can't speak to what the FCC or has allowed Verizon. Yeah,
Whoever it was. he was-
yeah. What I was concerned with was the Suttons Bay Zoning Commission going against their own zoning ordinance to allow Verizon to build that tower right there.
AT&T going?
AT&T currently has a tower on Bruce Price property. It's a glorified power pole. They've had a lot of changeover, so me communicating with the powers that be in order to get them to move from there to here, it's complicated.
So they won't be allowed to construct yet another tower just west of us?
I'd like to say no.
That sounds like another agenda. I'm looking here, our attorney's here, Chet's here. I'm looking for approval maybe to adjust our agenda and move down to item number 11E. And then after that, we would go into closed session if we're so moved, then we'd be back to our agendas. Are you all in agreement with that?
Sure. Are we holding anybody else up? John's okay to be back, and Leanna and Gail and Steve, they're all in house, so they're all
Yeah.
okay?
Okay, is it approval?
Yes.
Do we need an official motion to amend the agenda?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Jen, thank you for being here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard part of it, I didn't hear all. Waking up back there.
We know you're on somebody else's payroll right now.
No, well, yes, but that's a different story. So, good morning. Good afternoon. Let me start by passing this out and copy for you. This is what I emailed you the other day, plus a little more information. I'd like to have a hard copy.
Thank you.
It's difficult to look at it. And I should have,
Do you need one?
I think I have one for myself. I do. Well, good afternoon, everyone. As you all know, I'm sinking in that chair. Switch. I'm Chet Janik, and it's good to be back here at the county building. And just as background, all of you know my background, but for people watching in the audience or online, I'm now a consultant with the Michigan Leadership Institute since I left the county. This past year, I've done searches for the village of Northport, BOC County, Kalkaska County, I'm doing one currently for Garfield Township, and I've served as the interim village manager for Northport. I'm currently serving as the assistant manager for the city of Traverse City. And so thank you for the opportunity to help you with your search for the new county administrator / CFO. And let me just walk you through the package here. We'll start with this first item, which is the schedule that I put together. It's a pretty adventurous schedule. I think it's optimistic. Obviously, all of you have busy lives, and I made some assumptions that you will be available, but let me walk you through that. Today, what I'm hoping that you could do is review this. We can have a dialogue about the job description. Two things I think are critical before your job is posted is that you agree on the job description. I drafted one. I also included 3 other ones for you to look at. Hopefully between now and next Tuesday, you can work with Heather Cade and come up with a final version based on what your thoughts are. And so I emailed you the one I drafted. This is a composite, the ones I did for Kalkaska and Missaukee County. In Kalkaska County, they've not had an administrator in 10 years. So literally there I was starting from scratch. And one of the things they've asked me to do a job description. Missaukee County had one, they just approved the one that they had. And so I took that. I also looked about 5, 6 other ones throughout the state and came up with a draft for Leelanau County that states it's administrator / chief financial officer. I also put in for your review the job descriptions for Kent County, for Ottawa County, and for Manistee County. They have administrator / controllers. And there's some different legal things about the using the term controller that we can talk about. But I suggest between now and next Tuesday, you look at these job descriptions to see if they're in line on what you're hoping to find in the new administrator. So look at that. Let me go over the schedule that I developed. Hopefully between now and next Tuesday, you can agree on the job description. And what's actually critical is you agree on a salary range. It's absolutely critical, in my opinion, before the job is posted, that you set the salary range. Out of fairness to you and out of fairness to the candidates, you need to let people know exactly what the expectations are financially. There's been stories, I could go on and on about when commissioners do not agree on salary ranges and it causes difficulties for the candidates. Probably the most classic one just happened this past year with community mental health. They posted a position with salary range. One of the candidates who applied listed a much higher salary range. He still was interviewed, was offered the job, and could not agree on contract terms. And he was very open, saying, I told you in my cover letter what my salary range is. Why did you interview me? And so it's a bad situation for the candidate. It's a bad situation for the board. So I always say, pick a salary range, stick with it. Don't just rush in and say, well, we'll pay approximately. I think Commissioner Lauters remembers probably 14 years ago, this board did a search, offered the job to 3 different candidates, could not agree with contract terms with any of the 3, went to a 4th choice on a 4-3 vote. And that person lasted about a year. But different commissioners were telling different candidates different things.
That was a real problem. They were negotiating outside of this board with the
Yeah.
candidate.
And every board member had a different opinion where the salary range could be. So that wasted a significant amount of time. It's frustrating for the candidates. It's frustrating for the board. So pick a salary range that you feel comfortable with, and we can talk about that. But let me go through the process. Let's assume that by next Tuesday night, you agree with a job description and a salary range. I could get the job posted the following week, which would be the week of March 25th. The deadline would be April 30th. You as the commissioners will get all the applicants in a packet by Friday, May 3rd. By law, you do have the right to review all applications in closed session. Also, candidates have the right to have their applications confidential until they accept an interview. So what has happened, and I've done this other places, and it happened here last time we did the search too. You'd get a booklet of all the candidates. I do not pre-screen them. I give you everything that is submitted. And then I would ask you to rate them on an ABC scale. It sounds simple, but it does work very well. We just went through this with the city of Traverse City. We had 85 applicants for the assistant city manager position, screen them. And then we narrowed down the list. A is that you definitely want to interview them. B is maybe, and C is thank you for applying. I'll tell you, probably 60% of the candidates that you get will be Cs from the beginning. And then you have to choose which ones you want to interview. But assuming you do that, the week of May 6th through 10th, I would recommend that you do first round of interviews the week of May 13th. I will give you sample questions to provide them. I would say 6 candidates, 6 to 7. That's what we did in Misaki. That's what we did in Kalkaska County also. And I'm a strong believer that once you do that, definitely do a second round of interview. The second round is more of a dialogue. There are some people that interview very well, but there's no depth below that surface. And during the first round, you really don't have a chance to get into in-depth discussions about issues. So I normally schedule the first round for an hour per candidate. Second round, I do 90 minutes per candidate. Also in their second rounds, every place I've done this, I've given the staff the opportunity to meet with the candidates before your interview. And obviously they don't have a vote, but they will have an opportunity to give you input into that process, what they think, because they may pick up something that you would not. So that's up to you, but I would recommend that you do that also. Do a second round of interviews. You could do that the week of May 20th and then make a final decision by the end of May. I know that's a pretty aggressive schedule. It was shorter in Misaki County because they had a candidate that they really liked. And so that process took much shorter. Kalkaska, we redid the search twice because they could not agree on a candidate and the quality was not there, but it worked out for the best because they finally ended up with an excellent candidate that had the financial skills as well as the administrative skills. And I urge them, and I would urge you, if you don't feel comfortable with the finalists, don't pick one just to pick someone. Make sure you get the right person. If you have to repost a job, that's fine. Hopefully that won't happen. I've already had 4 or 5 calls from people about this position here, and the job's not even posted. So I think you'll get a strong pool of candidates. Last time the job was posted, there was a significant pool of candidates interested. So that's the timeline here. And once again, you can take this, review it. The key is 2 things. If you could agree between now and next Tuesday on the job description and the salary range. So I gave you, like I said, 4 job descriptions, a sample that I emailed to all of you last Friday. And then if you want to compare it, 3 other ones, and you can pick and choose. I suggest, I just talked to Heather Cade before this meeting. She has a copy of everything I gave her. If you could look at that, if you have any thoughts, suggestions, you could work with Heather, combined with job descriptions that you like. Do you all know the difference between a controller and a chief financial officer?
Would you remind us?
Yeah, because I won't mention what county, but I got a call last week from a county that's looking for a thing. And they currently have a administrator/controller. And I said, are you going to go with the same format? And they go, oh yeah. I said, well, do you understand the Controller Act? They go, what do you mean? Well, in 1927, the state of Michigan passed the Michigan Controller Act. And basically it states in a nutshell, and I can get you an article that I can send it out to you. If you have a controller, you have to pass the Controller Act of 1927. And also that person has certain authority budget-wise, but the critical thing is to dismiss that person takes a 2/3 votes of the board. So there have been situations where it was not a right fit. The majority of the commissioners were looking for a change, but did not have 2/3 majority. There's been a few cases where votes were 4-3 to make personnel changes, but since you didn't have 2/3 majority, that person stayed on, which causes a lot of friction. And so a lot of counties are going through different formats. Some counties are going through a chief financial officer. This is what Misaki has done for quite a few years. Kalkaska just went through that format. Kalamazoo County posted the first time as a job. We're not happy with the candidates, reposted that job. They are calling the person just the administrator, but in the job descriptions, it gives them all the duties of a controller without calling them the controller. So there's some legal issues there. There's been some lawsuits. about counties that have given the title controller to individuals while passing the Controller Act. And then if it didn't work out, wanted to dismiss the person said, well, no, I'm the controller. They said, no, we didn't give you, we never passed the act, but you gave me the title. So in a nutshell, if you want a controller, that's fine. Just knowing that person has certain legal authority to spend money and allocate budgets, and also to dismiss that person will take a 2/3 majority. So that's difference there. Yeah.
Does that come for, with them in place, the clerk still has statutory duties?
Yeah.
But not the treasurer's, so the treasurer still has, obviously, his statutory duties, but as far as the financial.
You'd want to get a legal opinion on that, but as I understand, it is up to control, in very simple terms, it's up to controller to set the budget. Why, with administrator, it's up to the board to finally approve, to have final authority over the budget.
The clerk piece I was sure of, but I'm not
Yeah.
less of that treasurer piece.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either.
So do you have, I mean, I guess I have a couple more questions.
Yeah.
For the chair and for, Mr. Janik. One, do you have a recommended salary range that
Well,
you're looking at?
Yeah, obviously you are expecting this person to have the administrative skills, the leadership skills, as well as the financial skills. So it puts it in a different perspective. I can tell you, if you saw the papers the last couple of months, the Beta Board had an opening for a chief financial officer. I believe their pay scale was $110,000 to $130,000, about that range. I can tell you the city of Traverse City now has opened for assistant city manager. That pay is between $110,000 and $130,000. And so if you want to be competitive, I would say you have to be in that range. I would say if you want to have someone with strong administrative and financial skills, I'd say list the pay as $110,000 to $140,000.
140.
As a top, a range, obviously depending on who comes in. Right now, you're paying about $100,000 just for administrator.
So just to follow up, like in this schedule, I mean, and this is us discussion, I mean, we have to agree on a job description, and unless we get that, I guess we agree today. What is the mechanism for us to agree on that prior to the board? Will we do a meeting prior to the next regular session meeting to discuss this?
You could discuss the next Tuesday night.
Right.
We had talked to Chad about the possibility of a meeting early and before next week's board meeting, where we could have Chet back with us and also talk about interim administrator. And if that's something we're willing to do, we could move this all toward that special meeting.
Yeah, we can talk about the interim coming. I have some more things to review, but we could have a special meeting. But really, you want to make sure that you are agreement on salary before you post the job.
Commissioner O'Gara and then Commissioner Locke.
I think it's a good idea to meet before the next week's meeting to discuss this and give ourselves time, like meet at 3 o'clock. And then we can take a break for dinner if we get done, but there's a lot to discuss.
Yeah. Well, this is probably the most critical decision that you'll make as a board, and you have to make sure that you're all in agreement and that you feel comfortable with it. Also, you have to remember, and I've had this from these various postings, there are people that are applying for multiple jobs, and they are interviewing you as well as you interviewing them.
Yes.
And so they have a lot of questions also about the structure, the salary range, level of commitment.
So is 3 o'clock early enough?
That day, you're saying?
Yeah.
Next Tuesday? I could be. I could be.
I can't be here at 3.
That's right.
Can you come back at a different time, like it's 4?
I might be a little late, but I think I could swing like 4:15.
What if we met at noon?
Jeez.
And then,
then
we could all go home and.
Well, let me ask you this. Is the 110 and 140 reasonable?
Can I ask you this?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to go into closed session and discuss that?
No.
I don't think
No.
not even with our attorneys who can give us an opinion on what we should be looking at.
Well, I'm not gonna speak on your behalf, but I think you want to have an open process. And I'm not sure why we're going to close session, and talk about the salary range.
Well, because we've seen it in the past, and this is what some of the problems we've had, so you're gonna have, you know, if we have and a couple commissioners say, well, I'm willing to go to 160, our candidate, and it's not, it's watching that says, well, gee, I just need to get.
I think
more
if you
money.
went from 110 to 140, that'd be a very competitive wage.
We could make that decision today if there was a motion. I mean, we could take a
Pass it
motion
on.
to do that.
Pass it out to next Tuesday.
I will make the motion that we set the salary range 120 to 140.
Support.
Discussion.
Not 110 to 140.
I actually wanted to go 150.
Yeah, I'm with. We're asking a lot.
We want to get the best people, and as soon as possible, we're under the gun to get this thing filled and an intern. Especially whatever you have to do to get the job done, to get the right person.
It seems to me that our most critical decision we make today is to schedule a meeting next week with Jeff. And that we can then work with Heather this week with the job description. Do your own research on salary and make those decisions next week with Jeff. But we have a motion and I think it was on the table.
It is, I followed all the beta and the road commission and the Grand Traverse and stuff, and I think Chad is right, real close to 120 to 140. I mean, I get it out there, now we can talk about the job description.
So I'm just gonna say, I don't disagree with your assumption. I mean, if you say 95 to 140, if you say 35, it's gonna be the higher end of that. That's, I mean, no one's gonna come in and say,
Right.
I'm your cheap option. If you're gonna find a qualified, so I'm fine with the 120 to 140 range. And I think if you want to get people to respond, we need people to respond, and we the quality person respond. I'm okay with that salary, so I'd be prepared to, and I think you actually moved to recommend that we did that next week, I think is what you did, right?
So we have a motion on the table to move to recommend a salary range of a 120 to 140. Any further discussion? Melinda?
Well, my concern is that we're going to be trapping ourselves into that rate, because it's also highly possible that there could be somebody either living in the county already, very close to the county, that wants to come here, wants to do that, perhaps has other benefits, looks at our benefit package and would be happy with 110 and very happy to come to work here. But we would already be wrapped into the 120 or higher. So I just thought there would be more flexibility with the 110. I know that absolutely worked in our favor some years ago, that very scenario. And in my opinion, we had the best administrator we've ever had in this county.
I can tell you, candidates don't really look at the bottom figure. But I can tell you from the ones I negotiated, I've done 4, we always found common ground somewhere in between.
Right.
In the ones that I've negotiated, because the way the process works, assuming you want me to do that, once you pick a candidate, you don't pick a candidate, you enter into negotiations. And then I am usually the middle person between the candidate and the board. So it makes it awkward for the candidate to negotiate with the board. It's awkward for the board members. It's awkward for the candidate. So both in Misaki, Kalkaska, and Northport, I was an in-between person. The board would pick one person or 2 people to negotiate on behalf of the board. Now, everything that's agreed upon has to be approved by the whole board, obviously. But I think the key is the top part. The bottom part, that's flexible, but definitely pick what's your maximum amount that you're willing to pay for that position.
Commissioner Russ?
I was just gonna offer amendment and compromise, and why don't we start at 110 to 140? I don't think it would make that much difference. Commissioner Lautner feels strongly about that. I'd be okay with it.
Is there a second for the amendment?
Yes, I support it. I now support the motion.
So we have an amendment on the table. Any other discussion? All those in support of the amended motion or the amendment of 110 to 140, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
That,
Passed. Now, I guess we have to vote on the original amended motion. All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So we have agreed to move forward to recommend a salary of 110 to 140. We also have said we need a special meeting next week. Could I have a motion to do a time on that?
Well, can we discuss it? If we did, first of all, this is a really important discussion. We can't rush it.
let me suggest this. Let me go through the packet, because part of it, we're gonna talk about the interim. At that point, you may want to set a meeting time and do both at the same time. That makes sense, Chairman?
So a special meeting next week, not a committee of the whole meeting, so we can make a decision on interim and move forward with all the details and the official job description and the official posting.
We'll talk about interim, because I do have some candidates, but let me go through the process. What about the dates that I selected? I know it's pretty aggressive. I know all of you are busy people. I made the assumption all of you would be available at all times to meet, which I know is a challenge. You don't want to rush through this. You know, this is kind of the ideal schedule. But if you have to wait through June and so forth, don't rush through it. You know, take the time to do it right.
So I mean, can this schedule be massaged as we go? I mean,
This is just a draft.
So, I mean, we can approve, you know, okay with the schedule and shoot for it.
Really, the reality is if you agree on the salary range and the job description, I'll post a job. Your next meetings won't be until May. You'll have the whole month of April free.
Yeah.
And in May, you can decide when you want to meet.
So do we need a motion to approve the schedule or?
No.
Okay.
No, we can.
But the special meeting next week, we will also be approving hopefully an interim administrator. So it's critical that we schedule that when all 7 of us can be here.
And give ourselves time to
Yeah.
discuss.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot to discuss.
Could we do a meeting next Tuesday at 1 p.m.?
That only gives us 2 hours. She has to leave in 2 hours.
Yeah. 3, and I have meetings, previously scheduled.
You have a board meeting at 7. Could you do it at 4?
That's what I think.
Is that
Yeah.
enough time?
Yeah.
I mean, I might be escaping it like by the skin of my teeth, but I could, you know, attempt to be here by 4.
I would hope we would also look at this in the meantime, and it's not
Yeah.
like we're just gonna come up, you know, do our homework prior to showing up at 4 o'clock, so.
But my feeling is then we don't have any time in between that meeting and the approval process to make any, to think about it, I guess. To me, that feels too tight, but I'll go with.
Well, we are talking about it being a special meeting and getting the approval at our special meeting, not bringing it to the board.
The decision would be made at the special meeting.
But we've got a week. We can do our homework. We can talk to Heather. Anybody wants any input on a revised?
Well, let me go through the rest of the package and then talk about interim, then you can decide how you want to proceed. On the job description, it's a guideline. To me, the critical part is setting the salary range, which you have semi done. The job description can be monitored, can be modified at any point. It's a guideline. I say take it seriously, but if you can't come in agreement, don't let it slow down the process. I think you will be able to come up with a job description fairly easily. So I have a draft, and like I said, you have 3 other ones here. Heather has a copy of that. Take some time, look at them. If you see something that you really like in the other job descriptions, you know, we can add it to it. If you see something in my draft that you want to take out or modify, you're welcome to do that. But
The only comment was in your draft, it sounded light on financial.
well, that's why I gave you other copies to look at. And so you can look, and like I said, this is just a draft. You can look at it and we can obviously modify that. If you can agree, even the next couple of weeks, it will not slow down the process. Most people want, and like the one in Kalkaska, we kept modifying it based on the first search. And we always put on a draft job description, you know, and it's not a legal document. in terms of this doesn't lock you in. And it also says, I believe in the one I had, it says can be modified anytime and subject to modification and other duties as assigned. You always have that clause in there. But just take a look at that. So then I also put in there a marketing plan. This is similar but changed from what I co-authored in 2022 on it. So take a look at it. I put some different pictures in there. I changed some of the wording. I updated the demographics from Leelanau County based on the most recent medium age, Zillow, home range and so forth. Those are current. The biggest thing I think if you look at is I put together a timeline there, which kind of goes along with the sheet I gave you. Obviously, I did not put a salary range in there. This would be online that if people are interested, they would click and go to the link in Leelanau County to get this. So it's not a paper brochure. I can tell you from my experience, 90% of the people apply through online process through their various websites and so forth. Very few people apply the old fashioned way of sending in a resume with cover letter and everything. It's all done online now. But take a look at that. The timeline is pretty much the same what I outlined to you. Candidates just want to know ballpark timelines, you know, so they can kind of plan ahead. I did make some assumptions in there. One of them, I put assumption in there that you want the candidate to live within 20 miles of Leelanau County. You had that last time. There's been legal court cases. You can't mandate that they live in the county, but you can mandate they live within a reasonable amount of the county. The courts have ruled generally that 20 miles is a reasonable amount. So I put that in there. I put transportation lodging reimbursement may be available for selected final round interviews. You may get people from outside of the region. We had that last time here, and I had that both in Missaukee and Kalkaska. You'll get people applying, I'm sure, that are from different states, but have roots in Michigan or family in Michigan, or their spouses are from Michigan. And one of the things that you can agree is if you wish to, whether you're going to reimburse them for their final rounds. First rounds, I would say not. What we did last time here, we had a candidate outside of the state and you put a limit of $500. When it did it in Kalkaska, we put that limit of $500. So it gives you some protection, but also shows that you're taking them seriously. If they're outside of the state, anyone within the state was not eligible for any reimbursement. So that's something for you to think about and take a time and look at this. And you don't have to review it now, but if any comments, suggestions, thoughts, let me know. Like I said, this is what I co-authored in 2022, made some changes to update it and modified some of the things in it, but take a look at it. And this is more of a marketing thing than a legal document or anything. So how do you get the job out there? That's the critical thing. And I've been very successful working with the Record Eagle and various sites, and you have a third memo from me. I know I'm overwhelming you with paperwork here, but there's a person I work with, the Record Eagle, said most of the people that apply now do it online through various search engines. The nice thing is the Record Eagle is a partnership with all these search engines. And so I put together a marketing plan that the ads would appear in the Leelanau Enterprise. You want to keep it at the local level also. The Traverse Center Record Eagle and their affiliate partners. And then I listed various websites that list job openings that people look at. And some are free, some there's a fee in. So on the back of this memo, I put together a budget. And I'm anticipating the budget for advertising would be about $1,400 to $1,500, which is reasonable. I strongly suggest you just have them bill it right to Leelanau County. There's no tax that way. There's no overhead in that experience. You're going to spend this money no matter how you advertise the job. In my proposal through MOI, I did put $500 towards direct expenses. I don't anticipate any direct expenses. I'm not spending overnight. I'm not going to charge for mileage from my house to here. So I anticipate there will be no expenses outside of the one-time basic fee. So you can apply that $500 towards that cost. So really, I think for about $1,000, you get a pretty comprehensive advertising program, media coverage. And that from the other jobs I posted, said most of them come through some search engine. Indeed, ZipRecruiter, the Record Eagle has partnerships with numerous sites. And most of the searches, most of the applicants that I've received come directly from those websites that come in. That's local as well as national. So when you do that, you get people from throughout the country that can see it. And let's say Indeed and ZipRecruiter have been popular. If you sign up with their accounts, because I did it just to test the system, and you're interested in an administrative job or a controller job, when the vacant comes up, they notify the candidate also. So you don't have to be on their websites every day looking for it. If there's a job that comes out that fits their profile, they notify the candidate, and the candidate can make a decision whether they want to apply or not. So that's how we recommend do it. And I just put a very rough sample ad in there. This is not a final copy, but just some wording that I appear obviously in there. I always put the salary range in there just so candidates know upfront. The question came up in Kalkaska and Misaki, whether the person has to be part of the MERS system. And the answer is no. And I did that because the Kalkaska attorney is the same as your attorney. It's Cole Stoker. The gentleman that was hired in Kalkaska has been in various private pension plans and didn't want to be in the MERS. His request was, can the county just pay a percentage into my private pension plan without being in the MERS? And the opinion we got from MERS and from Cole Stoker was yes, you would have to pass a resolution opting out of MERS for this individual. Now, that may be an option for some candidates, it may not, but it's just something to think about. In terms of benefits, this is a contracted employee, so you have the options to set the benefit package is potentially different than the rest of your employees. Most times you don't want to do that because it could cause some friction, but I know like in terms of MERS, they do not have to be part of the MERS plan. And for the person coming into Kalkaska, it made more financial sense for them, for the county, and for the individual not to be in the MERS plan. So you may get somebody like that. That question will come up. In terms of vacation days, all that is up to you to dictate that in an employment contract, as you did with me, as you did with Deb. That's all subject to negotiations. This is the only employee that you have at a contracted basis with.
I'm looking at our clock and our need with our attorney in the back of the room to go into potential closed session. Do we have any other questions for Chet before our meeting next week? Yeah.
I have one final question for you.
We'll talk about the interim too. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead. Later in this meeting, our agenda item is the possibility of promoting our interim finance director to finance director. Could you comment on how that might impact this search process or any?
Yeah, I thought about that and I made some notes. And obviously it's your choice. But from an outside perspective, the fact is you've had a rough couple of years here trying to come up with this comprehensive plan. If you truly are going to go with a new structure and a new leadership style and a new position, you've heard input from the staff, you've heard input from the elected officials, department heads. Probably the search that you're doing for the CFO administrator is the most important things that you'll do. Probably the second most important thing to really get this plan going is the finance director position. I think out of fairness to the staff, out of fairness to the clerk's office, out of fairness to the person serving in the interim position, that you do is you look at it from a perspective that you want to hire the administrator / CFO first and have that person make the decision. And I'll tell you why. First of all, to the best of my knowledge, the finance director position has not been posted. You as a commissioner should only hire one person, and that is the administrators now, administrator / CFO. The new person coming in, and they are doing their research on it. Probably the most critical person that the new administrator will have to work with is the finance director. And you have to make sure that that person feels comfortable, whoever's in that position. And in fairness to the interim person here also, the interim person, and I'm trying to put any names of it, the interim person has to make sure they feel comfortable, whoever you select as the administrator / chief financial officer. It has to be a good fit in terms of technical skills, but also personality wise. And I think there's a lot of concern internally with the staff of how you're proceeding with this. And I think if you hire the administrator / CFO first, let that person post the job. Let that person pick who the finance director is. Even if it's your current interim person, I think that person would be well respected and the staff would accept it. I think if you name someone as the finance director now before going through the search, it kind of goes against the grain of what you said you were going to do instead of truly having an open process. And you as a board should not be hiring the finance director. Your job is to hire one person. If you remember the governance workshop, you have one employee that you hire. But I think it would be a concern for some candidates that they are coming into the situation. The ones that are calling me about the job know about the controversy. That's one of the questions they're having is who's going to hire the finance director. But I think out of fairness to the process, the respect of the person coming in, out of respect for the person that's in the finance director, you want whoever is in the finance director position to be well accepted by the staff. You want that person to work well with the administrator / CFO. I think it's critical that you allow the new person, once you hire this person, to have him or her pick the finance director position. If not, you're going to go back to the same controversy and the rumors that you're hearing now.
So you've hired or helped them hire CFOs, administrative CFOs, where you've already got a finance director in place.
Yeah. Except for Kalkaska, because they're going through a complete restructuring.
So-
Masaki, yes, they have a
So
staff.
we already have a finance director in place.
In Masaki, yes, and Kalkaska, no.
Well, what I'm saying is that in some situations, you've already got a finance
Mhm.
director in place, in some places, oddly, and less strangely, you might not.
Mhm.
So, I mean, my thought would be on the surface is, wouldn't it be better to have a CFO come in and have the stability of all the positions filled? Because isn't it ultimately their position? They don't like the finance director, they replace the finance director. They don't like so that also being said, with your thought process, then we shouldn't be hiring an administrative secretary for the same reason. We should be waiting until the new administrator hires their administrative secretary.
I would say a support staff position is different, but the challenge could be is, let's say that you hire an administrator / CFO and that person does not get along with the finance director. The finance director was hired by the board, not by this person. It puts them in an awkward position. But under normal circumstances, yes, I would agree with you, but it's been a rough couple of years. A lot of controversy with these positions. Who's in this position? Who's running? Who's calling the shots? I think if you let the process go through, hire the administrator, CFO, let that person hire the finance director. It could very well be your interim director now. But I think if that happened, that person would get the respect of all the staff. I think if you hire a finance director now, an internal one, with all the controversy and all the rumors out there, it's going to send a message to the person applying that they don't have the ability, but also I'm not sure you're going to get rid of all the controversy internally with the staff here. I went through it. Deb has gone through it. It's a very difficult situation. If you truly want to start from scratch, a fresh start, hire administrator / CFO, let that person hire and post the job as a finance director. It could very well be your interim person. If you follow the schedule, you'd have someone here probably in June or July. You can start the process. As I understand, the interim person is doing a great job. Everything's going well. But I would think if I was the interim person, I would speak on his behalf. I'd want to know who my new boss is going to be before I make the commitment to stay on. Also, whether I want to be in that position. So those are just my
Talk further
thoughts.
about that when we get to that item on the agenda. But before you
You asked the opinion, so I.
Yeah, thank you very.
Before you leave, speak about interim.
Yeah.
So we are on, for our special meeting, it's gonna be.
Well, let's talk about
on the 19th, right?
Let me talk about the interim, then you guys can decide on how many people you're gonna potentially interview. So I have 4 people that have either approached me or I approached them about serving as the interim administrator, because I know Deb's last day is April 12th, I believe. And under the best of circumstances, you're gonna hire someone in the May, but that person may have to have a transition period when they can start, depending where they're from, if they have to move, what their current responsibilities are. I know when I was hired here, I was hired in February. I didn't start till May because I was in Charlotte as a school superintendent. The one in Kalkaska, we hired in December. He's starting April 15th. because he had commitments in BOC County. We hired someone in December and they started Monday was their first day on the job. So there's gonna be a transition period. And I think you definitely would need an interim administrator in the meantime. So I have 4 people who have expressed potential interest. The potential interest, there's 2 questions they have. One is whether it's gonna be full-time or part-time. Like part-time, I would say 3 days a week. Full-time is 5 days a week. If you ask me my opinion, I think you could do it with 3 days a week. The other question is what kind of stipend or salary or time commitments are. I shared with them what the potential schedule is. So I'm thinking through probably June at least. But that's, depending on how you go through the process when you hire them. In terms of a stipend, a salary range, I took what you're paying now. I looked what the city of Traverse City is paying for the interim. I looked around, I think a reasonable amount that you could afford that's in your budget would be $700 per day stipend. You could do hourly rate. I prefer stipend because some days are longer than others. And you don't get into the minutia of, well, did I work 10 or 11 days?
For the interim administrator.
Yes.
$700 a day is what you're.
Yeah. I can tell you that is cheaper than the city of Traverse City is paying for their assistant.
So that's 2,800 a month.
That's 3 days a week.
And so.
I don't think the candidate,
3 days a week.
if I'm saying if you do it 3 days a week,
Okay.
of
We
the,
do 3 days a week when we don't even know if we're gonna have an administrative assistant.
We extended an offer and it was accepted for the administrative assistant.
But they're gonna be new. I wonder how they're gonna feel.
and I
They
said,
already know.
2 of the 4 would not be interested in a full 5 days a week.
And then again, 3 out of 4.
2 of the 4 would not be interested. So that's one of the things,
With the guys who are interested in coal, be content with 3?
could be what's said, but you need to decide what you want from these interim people. And I don't want to have their names known because they're people that you may know and publicly, but if once you decide whether you want 3 days or 5 days and what the daily rate would be, then I would call them today or tomorrow and then try to set up an interview for next week for the ones that say yes, that they would be interested.
These 2 people were.
Gwen and then Melinda.
So I'm interested in what you 2 think. Could somebody come in here and do this 3 days a week for 3 months?
It is, it's been very difficult in the last few weeks with not having an executive assistant, especially someone of the caliber that we had who knew how to set a lot of these things up.
Yeah, that's a challenge.
So, getting this person onboarded and prepared to be able to be of assistance is going to be key. I mean, in terms of the executive assistant. 3 days a week is going to be tight. The board is going to have to alter its expectations of setting meetings and requests for things and how quickly things can be done. But if you're willing to make that part of the process, I think it's possible.
I call that Melinda and then Melinda.
I'm absolutely struggling with this because as Chet alluded to, we are acting on issues of others making. So we're asked to make a decision based on basically the politics in this courthouse. Basically, the ideas of people who don't sit at this table at the Board of Commissioners that is elected to do this job. So we're saying, well, we've got these things out there, we've got this, we've got these feelings or this atmosphere, so therefore we should act in a certain way. In all of this we're hearing is because we've got to get rid of stipends, and we've got to do this, and we've got to do that. And so we're going to act on all of this because we're afraid of stipends to the tune of little amounts to do the work of the county, so that we're going to pay someone $700 a day to come in. And I just gotta tell you, I'm alarmed by it. I'm alarmed by all of this. It hasn't happened often, but I think I'm speechless.
Now, that stipend does not include any compensation in terms of benefits or vacation days or personal days. It's strictly a straight dollar. Yeah, but I just want to make sure all knew that.
In all the year and in all the years of those who will listen, is we've got to stop these stipends. We've got to stop these stipends. So now let's go ahead and spend a minimum of $2,100 a week for an interim.
Doug?
Well, I guess my question that kind of reflects back to trying to get to the 3 or 5 day week decision. And I mean, I guess I think probably everyone here knows, I guess, feels that during this interim period, we're going to be lucky to maintain. I don't think there'd be any expectations on this board that until we get someone in place that we're just going to, for lack of a better word, tread water. We're just going to try to take care of the minimum.
That's a good way to, yes.
Minimum functions of the county government that need to do to operate on a daily basis, and the next larger issues are going to come after we get a team in place. I mean, I think that's my expectation of what I think will happen, because this other decision's already made. We can't unmake what we've already done. We do need someone to do this. And I think our decision comes simply to 3 or 5 days a week. And so I guess based on that and framing the question that way, going back to what Commissioner Elgar said, does that seem feasible? I mean, that's kind of what you said back to us, that we have to reshape our expectations during this period where we are. We can't change where we are. All we can do is deal with how we deal with it.
I can tell you from being interim in 2 different places in the last year, an interim candidate's not going to come in and make a lot of changes. They're going to be reactive and trying to keep the ship afloat. I can't imagine that an interim would want to, nor would you want an interim to come in and make a lot of dramatic changes.
No. It goes back to what you said about doing this instead of matter. So I guess my guess is I would think we could do it with 3 days a week with lowered expectations.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Well, we really, because we're gonna deal with it before next board meeting. I think Chet has to know what we're all thinking, although we can't make an official decision.
Well, let me tell you how I got that dollar amount. It's the current rate. I can tell you it's a little bit above what Northport paid me, but not substantially lower. Like I said, it's less than I'm getting paid now as the assistant in the city of Traverse City. And based on what Elk Rapids paid for interim manager, what Suns Bay paid a couple of years, Suns Bay actually paid more than that a couple of years ago. But
so I'm moving to recommend is what I'm doing then.
Then I will support that.
And the clerk had her hand up.
This conversation over here and this conversation over here are not lining up. I thought that this was a motion, so you're gonna have to help me. I thought you made a motion for 3 days a week, and then the conversation switched to 700 a day, and I did not hear that come out of your mouth.
I'm okay amending my motion to that. And I assume that's not
But
even a hard motion.
tell me, what is your motion?
I would move to recommend that we search for an interim administrator on the basis of 3 days a week with a stipend range of $700 a day.
you can say approximately
Approximately
for now.
$700 a day. Support.
Any further discussion on that?
Anyway, the way I got that figure, if you take what you're paying now plus benefits to the current administrator, who's off your payroll as I believe April 12th, it's what's in your budget. There'd be no extra
Thank you
cost
for the
associated.
clarification, clerk, because I think I got support before I actually made the motion.
Depending on how much water we get out of the boat to keep it afloat, we may have to readjust that. If he or she is here for just 3 days, and it may come back to the board that this is needed. So just let you know, I mean, I'm for the motion, but there's
Well,
a adjustment in there.
Assuming that the candidates are interested, one question you may want to ask them is, it's minimum of 3 days, are you willing to work more? Yeah,
If needed.
Right,
yeah.
right, okay.
And I'm sorry to do this, but we need to move on because of our attorney is here. Let's vote on the motion that's on the table. All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved, 6-1, and we need a meeting
Special.
next week.
Yes. Do you want to pick a day now? Because I have to call these people. Now, I have 4 people. If there's other people that come forward, if somebody else you want to interview, you're certainly welcome. I just have 4 people that I talked to, anticipating that this would happen. And all of them have the proper government background.
Absolutely.
I need to know what kinds of things, how many things we have to decide if we meet at 4 o'clock. It sounds like a lot.
We have to meet the interim candidates,
And we're also gonna,
approve the job description and officially approve the timeline and all of the packet that we were given today. But I don't see that as time consuming.
okay,
I see the timeline you can be flexible on, as long as you agree that we're going to post it next week. The end date is April 30th. In terms of when you interview, well, that's what I'm saying. It's up to you. I know this is a very aggressive timeline.
timeline.
If we meet at 4 and with a hope to finish by 6, we actually do have till 7. We can bring some snacks. I mean, that leaves us up to 3 hours. And, you know, we have this job description in front of us. We have plenty of time to give input before then. So I think I would move to, if we need a motion.
We don't need a motion.
Okay, we don't need a motion. We just gotta set a meeting at 4 o'clock, and you'll be a few minutes late. It won't get into the meat of it.
We would need 3 people
Yeah.
to go into the administrator's office today to sign the meeting request.
Okay.
So Cam and Jim and Gwen, will you do that? Okay,
So would,
so a meeting at 4 o'clock next Tuesday. And we'll try to do that from 4 to 6, but we'll keep 6 to 7 open.
so I'll call the candidates this afternoon. If they're willing to interview, I'll tell them, excuse me, a minimum of 3 days, potentially more. This is the approximate stipend. And I will give you their resumes as soon as they say yes, so you have time to look at them. I'm assuming you probably need half an hour for each candidate. These are veteran people. You'll have their resumes and you can either decide or to see how it plays out. I'm not sure all 4 of them will want to go through this, and a couple of them may be outside of the state. I know one is on vacation. Would you give them the option of doing it Zoom if they can't come in person?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make sure that, because I know one of them left for Arizona on a personal vacation, so. Okay,
Thank you,
all
Jim.
right,
We'll see you at 4 o'clock next week.
next
and-
Tuesday.
I would hold off on that, because I think they're discussing, sorry, but I think
We have 3 minutes break
Yeah.
before that anyway, sorry.
We will take a 3-minute break.
Okay, I was gonna move.
no, I think they're discussing what the motion has to be.
Oh, she
Did not check. It's good, it's good.
Hi. Hi.
I'll make sure to do that today.
I get out of the, I get
How you doing?
Yeah, I know, I'm just seeing it.
I'll send some little driver's license. I might drive by, I might drive verify everything.
Thank you.
So I just let you know.
Oh, all right, well, I'll keep that in mind.
Keep that in mind. Bill, thanks for coming.
Thanks. That's why I call service.
Not
Well, we have to move it slow.
Oh, who are we? So I gotta get back. We gotta get more here so we can say proper vote.
We're missing Melinda.
She was
missing,
downstairs on the
Jamie.
restroom.
Yeah, they'll be right. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll get a hold of her.
So do you have the language?
I'm gonna read it.
Okay.
Because I just talked to
Thank
the
you.
attorney and we just tweaked it.
Perfect, thank you, Michelle.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the meeting and ask the clerk to read a proposed motion.
The proposed motion would be that you move that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners go into closed session under MCL 15.268, parent 1, parent E, to consult with his attorney regarding pending litigation, which, if discussed in open session, would have a detrimental effect on the litigation or settlement position of the county in the matter of Bay Area Transportation Authority versus Grand Traverse County and Leelanau County, necessary party defendant, circuit court case number 24-36928-CZ.
Support.
No, I can't make it. It's just a suggestion.
Support.
All those in support of that motion? Oh, you got a roll call. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Elguer,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer's absent. Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Rourke.
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroth.
Yes.
Commissioner Ross.
Yes.
Chairman Wessel.
Yes.
6-1.
We will reconvene in the jury room upstairs. Is that correct?
So you can take the stair steps or the elevator and you meet with the center courtroom to let you into the back.
Okay.
Okay?
We don't need paper.
Jamie, we did vote to go into closed session.
We can bring our
Courtroom.
Courtroom.
Oh, they moved. Hang on a second, I just got to turn this video on, or this.
Please unmute.
To suggest before we do that, I've checked with the treasurer and I think we could move 7, 8, and 10 forward to Tuesday night without discussion. And but we'll need to first agree to extend our meeting time until we complete the agenda.
So moved.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye. That's extended.
Opposed?
Okay, so it was 7, 8, and what? 10.
I would,
10.
I would take a motion to move 7, 8, 10, A and B, and 12 to Tuesday night.
So moved.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. We're extending if we're not gonna do the business.
Pardon?
I'm not sure why we're extending our meeting time if we're not just going to continue and take care of everything.
So now we are at, I think, yeah, we voted on that, so
No, not to move those decisions next week. What was about?
the vote was 6-1.
That was last.
Yes.
7, 8, 10, and 12, right?
7, 8, 10, and 12 to Tuesday night. And we're doing that because some people have to leave. We're now down to item number 6 on the agenda. Senior Services Director is here. Thank you.
Thank you. So last month I mentioned to everybody that we have a contract for in-home services expiring at the end of May. I've been working with Deb and legal counsel to draft an RFP, and I received that RFP yesterday. There are some minor revisions that need to be handled on that. And once I get that back from legal with those revisions, you'll see it. I'll forward it to you next Tuesday.
We'll forward it
As soon as we get it for the meeting for
Do you want to
Tuesday.
just speak to maybe what a couple of those things are?
Sure. So the corrections.
You had to do this all to one company?
No.
Okay.
No, so it's, the RFP is drafted for our in-home services, including medical transportation. And the only correction that I have seen is in the description under the request for proposal, it's missing the medical alert system, which is in the purpose. So we just need to add that one verbiage for the medical alert system up into the introduction, above the introduction line.
So you don't have this document unless you didn't.
I did not.
So you don't have this document because we just got it from legal yesterday afternoon. So, but we know the timing, we have to move this forward. So what we can do is, we can either get the legal counsel to make the amendments and then send it out to the board, so you have it before Tuesday night for review. But we still want to move the process forward.
Looking forward to a motion to move forward.
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners move forward this request for proposal of assurance, proposed document.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Deb.
We're now down to the dam authority items. Mr. Popa and Mr. Christensen are both here. And Cameron Ross is our representative.
So this will be item 88 in your packet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the EDS is in front of you. It's a request to have Machine Engineering write a specifications and scope of work for the upgrade and maintenance of and potential redesign of the hydraulic system for the Leelanau Dam, not to exceed $7,000. I did talk with Pat, and his group is able to do this. It's in their wheelhouse to be able to write these specs. And I used that number I feel it's a little bit high, but I wanted to make sure that it was a number that would work. And then the rest of it is pretty straightforward. Shin's been in the building down there. He used a laser to measure the interior, everything in the interior to within a millimeter. It's a new high-tech system, so that's completely measured out. He did the lockout and the safety mechanism and all of the design work on that. There is a bit of a urgency in that the seals are at the end of their life range, the life expectancy. We're in a sealed situation. We're using 2 cylinders at half pressure. We're using 2 pumps. A single pump can do the work. We're using 2. So we're basically doubling up on all of the mechanism work. And there's very little movement of the pieces. But that being said, it's time to take a close look at it. We've been working with Don Coppins, who lives on the lake. John knows him really well. He did kibitz a bit when the dam was first installed with regard to some of the design work on the hydraulics. That was his life, doing hydraulic systems for hospitals, municipalities, and fuels operations, big time. It was a big operation type stuff. But he's been able to talk with us a little bit, and we've been gleaning information from him. And we're at the point now where we feel we really have to have someone of this caliber write this scope of work, because we want to get bids in that are apples to apples. If we were to try to write the RFP, there's a chance that it would be too general and we'd get all different kinds of bids in. So that's the direction we're going. I did recommend the last sentence, allowing this request would cut time off the process and increase the chances that the work could be completed in this calendar year. The process of writing an RFP, having council check it, getting it back, going through Mitten, which is a complicated bid process, getting that back, opening the bids, choosing a winner, generating a contract, that goes out to council, and it comes back. And at that point in time, we'd be ready to write the scope for the project. And then we'd have to do that whole process all over again. And that takes time, you know. Just saying. One more comment though, no matter which way you choose, I think it's very, 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 very important to have an engineering firm in-house on board, ready to do this kind of thing, so that we can quickly address the mechanical and all of the other things that the county has to do without going out to bids to somebody write scope of work. It's very common. It's back in 2017, this board voted 7-zip to put a company, and it happened to be Machin, in that role, just for that purpose. Anyway.
Commissioner Lovett?
My speech.
Well, I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners enter into an agreement with Machin Engineering to write the specifications and scope of work for the upgrade and maintenance of the redesign of the hydraulic system for the Leelanau Dam.
Support.
Okay, and not to exceed $7,000 and funds to come from.
That's probably not the right number, Jen. I said 805. It's, is that, I got it right?
Any questions?
805?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just have one question, because I was moving around. Not to exceed,
$7,000.
that was different the second.
Yep, I support the.
And funds to come up from 805. So I don't think we're waiving our bid policy by using them, since we do have a contract with Machin as our engineer. But everybody's.
That contract is no longer valid.
Expired.
It expired.
Or expired, no longer is in place. So we probably should waive our bid contract.
Should be part of the motion to waive our bid policy then,
Waive our bid
because it's over
policy.
5,000 and we don't have.
Willing to amend your motion?
Yes, I would add that.
And the second is still happy, so.
Questions?
I just like, I have a comment, even though Michigan doesn't have a really good feel for us lately, your experience and Coleman's and
Yeah.
is all positive, right? So.
Yeah, I've got a lot of confidence in what Pat does. We've worked with him for quite a long time, back, I guess, 2017.
And you, I guess, I got a call from somebody, you are working with Dan Cobbins on this, one of our,
Oh, did you get talk to Don?
I talked to Ray Pleva.
Oh, Ray. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, we have a motion on the table. All those for that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0.
Thank you much.
Thank you, Steve. We now are down to item number 13.
What about, oh, I see, we're gonna do the,
How about the grant?
at this time, I wish to pull that. I want everyone to consider, what I was going to ask for was a, committee of the whole meeting study session so that we could all better understand, exactly all of the duties of both the clerk, the treasurer, and the board of commissioners when it comes to statutes. I think that we're due for a work session on that, and that's what I was going to request, but at this time, I'm just going to pull that for now.
Any objection?
I don't have an objection, I just have a question. So Kathy just brought to my attention on the administrators, under number 11, the 2% grant contract approval. Are you gonna move that to Tuesday, or do you want to touch that today?
I missed that, and we do need to deal with that.
Today?
Yes.
Okay, I won't have it. Okay, thank you.
Can I say something
Are
before we?
we done with item 13?
Do we need a motion to amend the agenda as such?
No, we don't. Yeah, you're just basically moving it around. As long as
I.
I get it right, we're good.
Does it have, just for clarification, does it have to be on Tuesday night's meeting?
Your contract approval, yes.
No, number
Oh,
13.
sorry, 13.
13, that was just.
No,
Okay, it's just.
so it'll just be pulled.
Okay,
Yep.
she can, okay.
Yep.
I would just like to make one statement about that. While I agree with the explanation given previously, I want to commend our interim finance director for her incredible work for bailing us out time and again, and being with us and working for this county and for the people of this county. You've done phenomenal work, and just know.
Yes, thank you. We are back on 11A, and Deb, could you explain that to us?
Sure, so 11A is items page 92 through 116 in your packet. And the board has authorized the 2% grants back in, I think, December. The submissions of those might have even been November. And then when we got the confirmation from the tribe, we approved these. Now these are the final contracts which legal counsel creates. They've been doing this for us since we initiated, I think, these 2% grant. So this is just now the contracts based on the awards that would now go to those entities that would allow them to have financial distribution of the checks that we collected on their behalf.
Looking for a motion? Yes, Commissioner Ross.
I move to approve the grant agreements as set forth by the county's legal counsel to support the 2% federal grants as previously approved by the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to specifically support child and family services in Northwest Michigan, Leelanau Christian Neighbors, and Peninsula Housing.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. And Commissioner O'Rourke, would you go to the airport meeting?
Yes, sir, thank you very much. There's no police officers between here and there.
I think this takes us down to review of financials. Kathy?
Sure. Any questions?
I did not see.
Don't see any.
Mine would not open for me.
So I was trying to glance through them a little bit today. I snapped at this point, but I certainly will call you and.
Oh, sure.
and,
Anytime.
I just would, yeah, I do like to thank you for bringing that budgetary status alongside. It's a very insightful piece of information and helpful, so thank you for that.
Yeah, you won't have December's because it's the one that's being audited, but we'll pick up and each month you're gonna get.
While we're here there, would you then give us a status report on the auditors?
Sure. So far, they started yesterday. They did start with the treasurer's office because my office is in payroll right now and preparing for today. We presented them through the internet last week, approximately 5,000 pages of transactional detail that is requested. And they then go through and they do a sampling of all of those transactions and ask us to provide the support for those. So we've been pulling journal entries. We give them the keys to the accounts payable files. They pull their checks and invoices themselves if they want. They know where they are. We've talked about, we had a meeting this morning about Lake Bluffs Drain, just to further understand that process in 23, because it was our most recent dam. There's been others way in the past, but we just had to get updated on that so we could make sure that 24's setup was a little smoother. The first one's always a little bumpy, but we got through it. It was a good meeting. And trying to think what else, they know about our accrued payroll, our compensated leave, what our liability is for that.
We had a single audit and they've already knocked that one out.
Yeah, that was.
There will be some recommendations from them regarding federal boards and policies that the board actually passes. Our last single audit was back in 2012. So in that 12-year span, there's a lot of changes to federal requirements, something that Kathy or myself or here the staff aren't aware of, since we haven't had one in 12 years. So that'll be something that they'll touch base when they come in and PCAT prepare or gives you the spiel about the audit. But those are really just like the new and exciting things that happened. A drain and a single audit are pretty two major things that happen at this county in a long time. And ARPA.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Kathy?
They'll be here 2 more days. And they are also going through the building and they're doing what they call a fraud interview. I just had mine like an hour ago and they just talk about anything that we perceive as an exposure or things that we have done or seen that we were able to circumvent before anything happened. We talked about the fact that I've had turnover in my office, but that I have a good clerk who is exciting and very detail oriented and is finding this to be equal. The experience of her last 4 weeks is equal to a whole semester in college, she said. So
that's going well here.
She's great. I couldn't be more happy with her.
Do we have someone else in the shoot? I can't remember.
I don't have an offer letter out. I felt that with the audit and a new staff member, it would be a lot to take on another one and be fair to both new employees. It would be a lot to not get my attention, my full attention. But Elizabeth is proving to be a very quick learner and I really appreciate her attention to detail. And she does have an intuitive nature of what we do here. So I'm very happy.
Yay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other staff or committee reports?
Just one more quick point. I know that you've been having to do a lot of cleanup. And are we through like one full year? And I know that that's been a lot of extra work for you and it's fallen on you because I know you've been here a lot of the evenings and weekends trying to clean up our books in the last year. Are we just about now on a cycle where we won't have all that extra work for you?
Well, 23 is a good year. It is clean as far as I'm concerned. I just told the auditor I interviewed with it, being hyper vigilant and I'm very on high alert with regard to our transactions has kept things tight. I like to think that because I was classically trained, that we've returned to what I consider the gold standard for accounting procedures. I don't feel there's any real big cleanup for 23
Well, I
at
think
all.
it's coming just about, since that was our first drain with Lake Bluffs in 23,
Mhm.
and we have 4 in the hoppers, 4 drains in the hoppers.
Yeah.
It's a large vessel itself, one in its own. And so, even Treasurer Gallagher didn't have experience, Treasurer Roush before that. The last drain we had was under Treasurer Kilway. And so the accounting practices back in the late 90s are very different than it is here, and we had nothing to go by. And so for that, Kathy's task will be each time this drain comes through, working with finance and the treasurer to allocate on our government side of the books, these large debts. It's not gonna show on your county, you know, like within, like when we run a budgetary status, but on the government side, those are large dollars out there. So that for sure is gonna be, with the new administrator CFO, and the finance director, a large portion of their workload will be administrating and getting these drains in order, because those are huge assets that, I mean, you're talking $750,000, maybe minimum on a couple of these, or this last one was $750,000, right?
Yeah, the biggest one is just under $1 million.
Yeah, so that's a lot to undertaking, and it's just new, you know,
Yeah.
but we get trained classically even by the auditors.
Yes. And what I'm training Elizabeth in predominantly right now is accounts payable. And my goal is that with 2 clerks, they're cross-trained so that, you know, if there's illness or a leave, we have the ability to keep moving. She is getting accustomed to the review process because we do have dual controls. When work is produced, another set of eyes reviews it and then returns it, reviews, it's stamped. But she also needs to know what she's reviewing and why she's doing it. And we're going down that road now because we're working together on the accounts payable. What you see here was predominantly her work. And so we went over very few edits. She knows how to do look back. She's good about it. So we'll be giving her more work. There are a few things right now that I have produced recently that I still will have Jen or Michelle review. And that would be the budgetary status and the transactions for, say, the prosecuting attorney's office for Title 4D reimbursement. She wouldn't know right now what that's all about to understand how to review my work, but she will. And she actually will produce it and I'll review it in the future because I'm telling her, okay, this is typically going to be in your hands. And this is how the process works. I'm trying to think of another one. I've got her on reconciling credit cards, which I've been doing, but I'm giving all these things to her because it would be better for her to do them and turn them to me for review. That'll lighten my load. Trying to think of another thing I've turned.
Do we have to do an adjustment to the 2023 finals or something because of that issue with the enterprise?
We have prepared what we call prepared by client because the trial balance was submitted and they've got it and it was just one. They've already got it. We're done. Yeah. With that. So
Invoices got mailed to the wrong place. We don't know where they went.
Yeah, we're still on the discovery trail on that, but it's all doable. It's all good.
Well, thank you very much, Kathy.
Sure.
Any last words for Kathy?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
We're now down to public comment and Commissioner Kramer needs to leave. But we thank the 2 or 3 of you that are still here. We welcome you for the final public comment. We'll start with Bill.
Fine.
Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township. One person, one ballot, one vote. One day we will not have fair elections in our country until that happens. Some of this I might have had on before. This is the first 5 pages I shared. If you got this handout, first 5 pages were shared with the canvassing board when they did theirs. First page, pretty interesting. Just right in there, read that part. Second page is Professor Alex Halderman. We've gone over this before, hacking the system in Georgia with a ballpoint pen. I know it's a different system, but it's Dominion. The third page goes into the cast vote records, Tina Peters. And we've gone over that chart many times, but no one's, we present this stuff to you. If someone's got a reason that this isn't true, please speak up. These are the data from the state and from the US Census 2010. And if it's wrong, show us how. But it makes a big difference if you see those bar charts in the middle. The votes are stolen that way. And it's not just Mesa County, Colorado. There's 8 different states represented in this chart. And Michigan, by the way, just changed their law to group in regular voting with early voting and with mail-in ballots. So it's all, you can't distinguish between them. Why is that? She says, Secretary of State says it's because we might divulge someone's identity. Well, for the early voting, how much did that cost, by the way? There were very few people that came to do it. And I believe it was about $23 a vote. The hand counted votes is like $2.64 a vote. Why are we doing this insanity? The Secretary of State puts forth that it's so we don't divulge it, but we're compromising the whole system. We have to have fair elections. We have to have a little bit of, it used to be election day. That way there's the least amount of cheating going on. Page 5, again, it talks about, I've given you that handout before, but it's cheaper. It's just as quick. It can work with big states or big counties or small counties. It's all listed there. I hope you all have seen, and I hope the 2 that refuse to take the DVD of Let My People Go would reconsider that, because if you're representing all the people, so many people are concerned about this. It lists 15 ways that the voting machines are said to be fair, but it shoots them all down. It gives evidence. Show that that's wrong. People would jump to volunteer for helping a hand-counted election. This is the most important issue if we don't have fair elections. Remember the Democrat? It happened to be Democrats 2016, 2018, Kamala Harris, Vice President, Hillary Clinton were leading the charge. These machines are not safe. They went silent after the 2020. You figure out why. Dr. Douglas Frank on page 7, he's looked at this data. This is unnatural. The accuracy is supposed to be the correlations are supposed to be no more than 0.8. They're averaging 0.997. That's 997 out of 1,000. He can estimate them. That shouldn't be. He will be here May 6th in Leelanau County. Dr. Douglas Frank, I've heard that anyway. And I hope you all attend his teaching. He'll be in Traverse City, Grand Traverse County on that Friday, if you can't make the Leelanau. And he'll be in Charlevoix County, Kalkaska County, and I believe Cadillac. So I hope you all can make that. The last pages are from the Mesa County data, and check that out. You can't trust our auditing because The machines are cooking. You don't see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Popa?
I think it's terrible that you guys don't have public comment at the beginning of the meeting. Make someone, this is important, that's why I stayed. And 2 commissioners are gone. This has to do with our solar panels. I talked to some of you about that. I know you applied for a grant to install these panels, and that's fine. But remember, when you applied for that, you said that you were gonna consider this because you had a month or 2 or 3 or whatever. And you need to have a meeting of some sort or whatever to consider all this because you need to withdraw from it. I'm not against solar panels, alternative energy or anything like that, but I am against it if it doesn't make economic or practical sense. This is a grant. That's fine. Now you need to see if it's practical for this site here. Grant is one thing. And I'm definitely against installing solar panels here as proposed by this outfit. Melinda maybe remembers, you go back 20 some years or more, that we built this government center and in there was words. They wanted to have it there. They wanted to have it in Leland. We said, no, we're gonna have a nice campus with a nice view and we're gonna plant trees and stuff and all that. And it'll be in a country. And it was at 40 acres. Remember all that? Well, we can't have it here. This is too expensive. Oh no, it's going to be gorgeous. Well, we remember that and you can go look up the words for it. If someone wants to install them, that's fine. Like Minnie mentioned, it's good for them. But I don't think you should use our citizens' money for this at any cost like that. Something like this actually lowers our standard of living in this country, but that's a different subject. So you may ask, what do I know about this? Well, you probably know I was a career engineer. That's nothing. I was also facilities engineer, which is really badly needed here. It pops up all the time and you guys got to do something about that and add it to this manpower list. However, I got called back and for 2 years I became a certified energy engineer. And there was only about 1,000 of us then in the country. And it was the worst hard test I ever took. It was in its infancy 25 years ago. Now there's about 10,000 around the country. We evaluated buildings, but I was in it on more of a commercial and industrial scale. And I don't take sides when I evaluate something. We look at all the factors. Well, so what? Here's John Popa. You had a grant to improve, but you never had a debate about it. When that was Joe, was that his name? I can't remember. He was pretty good. You never debated it. You had questions about the grant, but you had to get it in the next day. This thing needs to be debated a lot. And I hope each one of you reads this report. I know I called a few of you, but we got 2 commissioners missing. There's a lot of stuff in there and I'm willing to sit down and go over any of that stuff. But we as a county don't need to get into solar generation. Let the other utilities do it. If you want to meet, call or talk or have a task force, utilities have the skills in this. We don't. And you won't be here when this thing is going to have to be tore down in 20 years. It's not our job here. You got to have someone look at this. It took me less than 8 hours and you could hire somebody and it could even be under Deb's budget. You could hire an engineer of some sort that can pick this thing apart and give you a report before you have this committee thing. I spent a day on it and it's still a grant, but that isn't the evaluation of what it's got to get done. And I talked to most of you, thanks, but you're constantly making decisions that involves taxpayers' money and you represent it. And it's not an easy job. And this involves taxpayers' money up to $1 million. And if I was the treasurer, I'd tell you guys to go fly a kite because you don't want to get involved in this. The little time I got, I'll try to cover some stuff. One, this is the worst place in the country to have a solar panel. On front there, I gave you guys a map and stuff, and I'll give a copy here to the recorder, but it's the worst place to have a solar panel is in this part of Michigan, also up here by Seattle and northern Idaho. No one would finance it. It's terrible. Page 7 mentions educating the public. We didn't build this place to have students and stuff come through here. Leave that to the educating places and the one there on M22 or parading around our cars and automobiles and the sheriff cars and looking at all these panels. Leave that out of it. And it's, I know it's in the grant, but you don't want to get into that. Joe, he spent a lot of time developing it. But he's a lobbyist. He should be good. This is a conflict of interest. I don't know how close I am. There's $8,000 gonna go towards him. The state electric vehicle, that's a different thing. Locating these things. What's this ceiling here? 10 feet? These things are gonna be 11 feet in the air. You're gonna need a bucket truck to work on these, and you're gonna need people up there to maintain them. And talk about the maintenance and stuff. Page 8.
I gotta cut you off.
Okay.
I gotta be consistent.
I'll be there next Tuesday.
Okay.
But this isn't gonna return any money. It's not gonna be good. Just because the money's free doesn't mean we need it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And I'm here to help you.
And I will tell you, John, there was a lot of sun in Florida when you called me to talk.
Yeah, that's right. And thanks for answering the phone.
Thanks. Any other public comment? We now are at commissioner comments. We've worn everybody out, even Melinda. Melinda?
I would recommend to pay claims and accounts $107,673.21.
Support.
All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. 5-0.
For 5-0, yes. I would recommend we pay I recommend we approve post audit $2,595,908.63.
Support.
All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
5-0 approved. Thank you. Thank you, Melinda. We are
Move to adjourn.
So just a reminder, tomorrow, 3 o'clock, in regards to the airport zoning. And then also, I just need 3 individuals who are willing to either stand by, or I will bring the special, better yet, I'll bring the special meeting signature tomorrow and get 3 signatures on that for the meeting that is set for next Tuesday at 4 o'clock. That was for the April 9th. I was planning ahead. So. Are you there?
answer the question.
So in between meetings, you know how I actually. I'm sorry. One meeting. Yeah. What's that? Well, it's funny because I seen it this way. Right. I know, but this is out for a while. Yeah. I can. No, I didn't.